Good morning and a very warm welcome to PM Gati Shakti Summit. It's a joint collaboration between FICCI and DPIIT, and the summit has been co-created with a clear objective of encouraging dialogue amongst the key stakeholders. One, on the key policy initiatives and their impact, strategies for multimodal connectivity, promoting green logistics, and fostering competitive business ecosystem by reducing logistics costs for India, which is a focus for the ministry. We are most delighted to have amongst us senior leadership from Ministry of Commerce and Industry amongst us. In keeping with FICCI tradition, I invite our past President Sandeep Somani. Please hand over the green certificate to Shri Rajesh Singh, Secretary DPIIT. This certificate is FICCI's commitment to plant trees in the name of our guests. So instead of flowers, we welcome them with the green certificate. I request past President FICCI to hand over the green certificate to Ms. Sumita Davra, Special Secretary, Logistics. May I now invite Mr. Somani for his formal welcome address and also set the context for today's summit. Mr. Somani.
Mr. Rajesh Kumar Singh, Secretary, Department of Promotion for Industry and Internal Trade, DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Mrs. Sumita Davra, Special Secretary, Logistics, DPIIT. Mr. Sailesh Pathak, Secretary General of FICCI. Mr. Amit Kumar, Co-Chair of the Logistics Committee of FICCI, senior government officers, business leaders, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and a very warm welcome to the PM Gati Shakti Summit, a collaborative effort from FICCI along with DPIIT to create a vibrant discussion forum to emphasize upon the integrated infrastructure planning for achieving logistics efficiency. It is indeed our privilege to have amongst us Mr. Rajesh Kumar ji and Sumita ji from DPIIT. They are the key officers behind the implementation of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's vision for Gati Shakti as a vehicle to achieve logistics excellence for India. Ladies and gentlemen, the vision set out by the Honorable Prime Minister of India for India's prosperity and leadership over the next 25 years, the Amrit Kal period, has made us dream bigger. The theme for today's summit towards integrated infrastructure planning and logistics efficiency was chosen with this careful thought of highlighting the importance of collaborative efforts to reshape the landscape of our nation's infrastructure and logistics capabilities. PM Gati Shakti is not merely an initiative, it embodies a visionary approach to seamlessly integrate our sectors, optimize our processes, and elevate India's infrastructure to global standards. To reach our goal of being the world's third largest economy by 2027, India must amplify the production capabilities and performance of our current infrastructure while enhancing domestic services and our role in the current global supply chains. As the Indian economy continues to grow and evolve, the significance of efficient and effective movement of goods cannot be ignored. In today's interconnected world, infrastructure and logistics stand at the heart of the economy, serving as crucial gateways for international trade and commerce. With high volume of upcoming new projects in the pipeline, business-friendly policies, and availability of trained manpower, India today stands as an attractive business destination for the world. Government initiatives, including the National Logistics Policy, New Warehousing Policy, and the focus on multimodal logistic parks, have been instrumental in reshaping India's logistics landscape. Gati Shakti's vision, incorporating Unified Interface Platform, ULIP, dedicated freight corridors, and Gati Shakti multimodal cargo terminals reflects a commitment to efficiency, sustainability, and technological advancement. Also, initiatives like Sagarmala, focusing on enhancing connectivity to ports and reducing cargo dwell time, the Bharatmala, dedicated to enhancing road connectivity along major corridors, have collectively contributed to India's significant advancement in logistics efficiency. At the subnational level, DPIIT played a pivotal role through its LEAD study initiated in 2018 in effectively identifying and resolving logistic inefficiencies, fostering improved trade facilitation across diverse supply chains. Nationally, India has implemented strategic measures such as the productivity-linked incentive scheme, specifically designed to bolster manufacturing capabilities. These efforts collectively drive the sector towards increased integration, reduced cost, and global competitiveness. Further, to address industry's primary concerns and challenges pertaining to the logistics sector, Ease of Logistics Services Dashboard has been developed for promoting transparency and resolving key sectoral issues. Service Improvement Group is a direct engagement with a problem-solving approach from DPIIT. FICCI has been in the forefront of SIG engagement, sir, highlighting the industry concerns on this platform and getting approximate time-based resolution for its members' companies. We congratulate DPIIT team for their unwavering commitment and a tangible outcome-based approach for this mammoth task. Here, let me also assure you of FICCI's commitment to work with your ministry in promoting infrastructure and logistics growth. Friends, today's summit marks a significant milestone in our collective pursuit, a robust and interconnected infrastructure that lays the foundation for a dynamic and competitive business environment. One of the focal points of our deliberations today will be strategies for multimodal connectivity that will explore innovative ways to enhance this connectivity, ensuring efficiency, reliability, and speed in the movement of goods. Given the global scenario and demand today, the integration of technology and effective digital infrastructure into our logistical frameworks has the potential to revolutionize the way we conduct business and reducing logistics costs. From real-time tracking and analytics to smart logistics solutions, the possibilities are vast. This summit will serve as a platform to discuss how we can harness the power of digital infrastructure and to create a logistic network that is not just efficient but also adaptive to the ever-evolving needs of our industries. Equally critical to our discussion is the promotion of green logistics. As the world grapples with the challenges of climate change, sustainability has become a non-negotiable aspect of business practices. The discussion today will explore innovative solutions that not only reduce our carbon footprint but also contribute to a cleaner and greener planet. It is an opportunity for us to align our logistics strategies with environmental stewardship and corporate responsibility. In closing, I once again extend my sincere gratitude to DPIIT team for steering this transformative initiative. I am confident that the discussions during the day will be insightful, inspiring, and instrumental in cultivation of a business ecosystem to enhance the competitiveness of our industries on a global scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Somani, for this wonderful context setting in terms of industry expectation from today's summit. With great pleasure, I invite Ms. Sumita Davra, Special Secretary Logistics, DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce, for a special address. We have a presentation from her as well. Thank you.
Very good morning to all. Very happy to be here before you all to speak on the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan and the summit very appropriately called the PM Gati Shakti Summit. When we speak about PM Gati Shakti, many of you would already know the many dimensions, the many aspects of the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, which is primarily for planning multimodal infrastructure connectivity to the manufacturing sectors, clusters in the country, and to bring about more logistics efficiency, reduce the cost of logistics, seamless movement of people and freight. However, in the last 2.5 years or so, since the Honorable Prime Minister launched the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan in October 2021, the usage of PM Gati Shakti has evolved. And I will say a few words now. See which word aligns with your area of work. And after the presentation, you will be able to see how all that connects with the Gati Shakti. Whether you say logistics efficiency, logistics cost, infrastructure planning, multimodality, planning of terminals for a modal shift, or supply chains, attracting supply chains, global value chains, regional connectivity. Whether you talk about regional connectivity of India to Bhutan, Nepal, Myanmar, and so on, or you talk on the western side, you talk about green logistics, you talk about EXIM logistics, you talk about bridging the first and last mile gaps, you talk about tourism, you talk about social sector infrastructure planning, you talk about identifying last mile gaps, whether it be roads, power, internet, drinking water to the schools in the country. All of this connects to PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, and you will find solutions to address all these issues. So I'm going to give you a very brief presentation, and I'll follow it up with a short video so that you can consolidate whatever we talk about in the next 10 minutes or so. I have someone to change the slides. Okay, I'm sorry I won't be able to look back, but my presentation, can we go back? My presentation will be in two parts, like I said. Next, please. So, we have the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan. As you can see, it's for integrated infrastructure planning. And we have the National Logistics Policy, which was also launched by the Honorable Prime Minister in September 2022. Both of these align and bring synergy to the logistics ecosystem in the country. I'm going to talk about logistics first. So the National Logistics Policy for improving the efficiency of logistics services and to build on the infrastructure, big capex push which is going on in the country presently. As you can see, the National Logistics Policy has 3 targets. The first target being to reduce the cost of logistics in the country. How do you improve the cost of logistics? By building better infrastructure, multimodality, modal shift, improvement in services, improvement in operating and regulating environment. I will tell you in next few slides how we are getting results in all these areas. The Logistics Performance Index, which is of the World Bank, and there are some 6 parameters on that, how the different ministries are working to improve the Logistics Performance Index, whether it be an infrastructure ministry or it be a service-related department ministry like the customs and the revenue. Then data-driven decision support mechanism. As you can see, Gati Shakti itself is a data-driven decision support system, and I'll give you a few more examples. I want to touch upon a few key reforms. No, go to the previous slide.
Only when she says advance the slide, please.
Please go back. Yeah, now you see I want to give you a few very quick examples how in the last couple of years, 2 years, 2.5 years since the launch of the policy, you can see the reforms, key reforms which are driving logistics efficiency. The states have brought out, they've notified their logistics policies, they've accorded industry status to logistics. Railways, many of you have worked in railways or are working. The rapid electrification, almost 100% completed. The expansion, the very rapid expansion of railway tracks, whether it be under the high energy corridor or it be under the high density corridor or it be the rail Sagar projects for connectivity to the ports, or it be the dedicated freight corridors. The land port management system, all the land ports, for example, I want to give you the example of Petropol. Due to digitizing the operations there, the waiting time has come down from 57 days to less than 24 hours. So that is the kind of digitization which is going into port management, to give one example. The ports, the coastal ports, the shipping, they're also using a lot of reforms. And as you can read over here, the SOPs are there. The improvement in dwell time of containers, that has come down. Turnaround time has improved. The NLP Marine, the national highways, the rapid expansion, and the fast tag is a very good example of how the average waiting time has come down drastically for vehicles from 714 seconds to less than 50 seconds. So I wanted to spend a little time here just to establish how there are multiple ministries, multiple agencies which are involved in improving logistics in the country, the efficiency of logistics. And next, please. You see our rank in the Logistics Performance Index, which is one of the targets of the policy, has improved. And you can see here we are at 38. We have to be in the top 25 by 2030, where we all have to work together. And we have written certain action points in the blue box, what has already happened. You can see our improvement over the 6 parameters. Going to the next slide, I wanted to communicate the big infrastructure push in the country. That is what logistics is about. That is what PM Gati Shakti is about. And I'm going to come to that shortly, the Gati Shakti infrastructure aspect. Here you can see whether it be the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, which is MORTH, or railway, or civil aviation, or ports, shipping, waterways, or the renewable energy, they all have achieved big targets in the last 9-10 years. And look at their targets for 2030. And they all also have targets for 2047, when, according to the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, we will be a developed nation with a GDP of about 33 trillion USD. India is the fastest growing major economy in the world today. So this is the big infrastructure push. This is the growth driver, a critical growth driver for our economy. Next, please. I wanted to, since we have a gathering of private investors, business people who are driving the country's growth, I wanted to just show a few opportunities in this entire movement. You are, of course, aware about the big infrastructure projects where you can participate. There are a lot of opportunities in green logistics, in digitalization, in participating in advanced technologies, whether it be artificial intelligence, machine learning, or it be robotics and so on. Then in packaging, various aspects of logistics, waste reduction, recycling, huge electronics waste, for example, recycling that. So there are a lot of opportunities which are coming out of the infrastructure, logistics, whatever big things are happening. Next, please. I wanted to show you these 3 indigenous data-driven decision support mechanisms which are a critical part of the logistics movement in the country today. There is ULIP. All of you are aware, it's the single gateway, digital gateway to ease of logistics. Many of you are using it. I've given some figures here. There's the Logistics Data Bank, which the World Bank has appreciated, held up as a case study in their LPI 2023 report, which tracks 100% containers, export and import containers in the country. 60 million containers have been tracked in the last 6 to 7 years. This gives us a lot of data. This big data analytics is telling us which road needs to be widened, which toll gate needs improvement, which state needs to bring down the physical inspections, how to make logistics, the EXIM logistics, end-to-end more efficient, with improvement in infrastructure and in services, regulatory processes. This is where the states come in, the states which have their own state logistics policies, where we are all working together. Coming to the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, I just wanted to establish all this before going there, because PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, next slide please. This will help us to plan our infrastructure better. Before I go there, I also wanted to point out how the ministries are working together. The logistics cost of the country today, we have done our own calculation. NCAER has done that for us with a task force where there was also private industry as part of the task force. You can see our logistics cost in single digit. We are improving this with a survey-based system, which we are rolling out from this year onwards. And the logistics cost includes transportation, warehousing, inventories, administrative costs, postal courier, and so on. So we've built a framework for calculating the logistics cost year on year and identifying the elements where we can improve logistics efficiency further. Next. Now we come to the last part, in fact, the second important part, and that is also the last part of my presentation, the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan. So this is a critical growth engine, infrastructure, and the National Master Plan, as you can see, prioritizes large-scale projects. All large-scale projects in the country today are being necessarily, mandatorily planned on the Gati Shakti National Master Plan. They all come to the network planning group in DPIIT, in the logistics division, before they go on for sanction to the investment board or further on. So, next please. This is the vision for PM Gati Shakti of the Honorable Prime Minister. Infrastructure development is the driving force for the economy, one critical driving growth engine. And the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, as I have already mentioned in the beginning, it's a transformative approach to multimodal planning so we can reduce logistics cost, address last mile connectivity issues. There are manufacturing clusters in the hinterland. They need to connect to the EXIM gateways without last mile gaps, identifying those gaps, taking up sanctions, making sure that they are bridged. This is all part of the great Gati Shakti National Master Planning. Next, please. This is the concept. As I've already spoken quite a lot, you can, join the dots. It's a GIS-based platform where there are data layers. We have 1,400 plus data layers, which cover all the infrastructure assets of the country, road, rail, ports, you name it, natural resources, forest, wildlife sanctuaries, all the social infrastructure, schools, Anganwadi centers, and so on. We have more than 12 lakh Anganwadi centers, for example, all mapped on the country. In the country. Similarly, all spots of tourism, all the PLI units, where is the PLI manufacturing going on? Then there's an institutional mechanism to drive it and make sure all planning, big ticket planning happens on the Gati Shakti National Master Plan. All the states are doing similarly. Many states have notified that any infrastructure project, big or small, will be planned only on the Gati Shakti National Master Plan. Next, please. So what's new? You can see, I will not be reading it out. It's a digitized approach to planning, no manual surveys. Subjective decision making is substituted by objective database decision making, and digital surveys are making it more cost effective and expedient to complete planning. Many of the other aspects I've already mentioned. Next, please, achievements. At a glance, you can see more than 300 projects have already been evaluated on the Gati Shakti National Master Plan, and they run into about 150 billion USD in the last 2 years or so. And a lot of gaps have been identified. Sanctions have been given by the Ministry of Railways, the Ministry of Road. My colleagues are here. They would like to interact with you further. The union budget has made announcements last year so that we can take up these works. These works have been sanctioned and they are now getting into progress. Next, please. This is some evidence. You may think that I'm talking a lot and Gati Shakti, what is the evidence? Here is some evidence for you. There are 3 examples here. The Ministry of Railways, for example, their final location survey after they started using Gati Shakti has increased 8 times. And if you see the Ministry of Road Transport, they've done almost 9,000 kilometer planning. They are able to do pre-alignment preparation in 15 days time compared to 6 months earlier. Lastly, Ministry of Petroleum, Natural Gas, wanted to give you this example. You'll also see it in the video. They used to take about 6 to 9 months for each gas pipeline project, each project. Today, they are able to get through easy visualization, they are able to see all the clearances they require within 24 hours at the click of a button. I'll show you 1 or 2 examples very quickly and then complete my presentation. We go to Jogi Gopa. Jogi Gopa is in Assam. That is where the Ministry of Road Transport Highway has planned a multimodal logistics park. It is one of the 36 which have been planned in the country. And you can see it is at the confluence of the road, the rail, the waterway being the Brahmaputra River. So this is where the modal shifts happen. This is where the aggregation of products happen. This is where efficient distribution happens. This is where logistics efficiency comes in. And think of the hinterland beyond. Think of Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Northeast. And think of the utility, how this is improving logistics efficiency. We have 36 such multimodal logistics parks planned in the country. Many of them have completed bidding. Some are in the finalization process. This one is nearing completion. So this was planned on Gati Shakti. This screenshot is from Gati Shakti. So next, please. So these are the products which will be, moving through the multimodal logistics park. And as you would expect, this will be a hub and spoke model. It will galvanize a lot of more investments in cold storages, warehouses, other roads, other infrastructure, around the multimodal logistics park. Next, please. This is another view of the same work. You can see Jogi Gopa is upstream and the black line is actually the existing road. If you want to go from one side of the river to the other and the goods are traveling, it takes a long time. So through easy visualization, Morth planned a bridge over here. You can see the bridge on NH127B, which has brought the distance reduction by 90%. It has brought down time travel by 93%. That is the Gati and the Shakti of planning on PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan. For those who may not understand Hindi, Gati is speed and Shakti is power. That is the speed and power of planning on the PM Gati Shakti. Next, please. This is only a view how Railways has planned all its doubling lines, choke points, bottleneck through visualization on the Gati Shakti. Next, please. This is how the fastest 5G rollout in the world, which is in India, is being monitored on the Gati Shakti. The red grid showing where the street furniture has not been mapped, the GIS mapping not been done, and the green showing every town, every village where it has been done. Next, please. This is example, we have a commitment of 500 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. And there's a very important project in Ladakh. The distribution system is interstate, comes all the way down, almost 500 kilometers down to Haryana. Next, please. This is how the transmission line comes down. You can see there are forests and there are highways and there is movement of oversized cargo. So all this was planned on Gati Shakti so that we have efficiency in planning. Next, please. This is my last example. I told you regional connectivity. This is an example. You can join the dots. The blue line is in India on the Ganges River. The green is Bangladesh, Brahmaputra, and you can see the terminals which are planned. You can see the railway tracks. The dotted line is existing railway line. The dark blue line at the bottom is how Kolkata Port has established a link to Sitwe in Myanmar and also to Chattogram Port in Bangladesh for movement into northeast through the inland waterways. So this is how multimodality is being ensured in a regional context. Next, please. We've done a lot of international outreach. There's a lot of interest generated by the Gati Shakti approach, whether it be multilateral development banks like the Asian Development Bank or the World Bank, or it be other countries, our immediate neighbors. We have delegations visiting, seeing this approach and wanting to adopt it. Next, please. This is my very last slide. So this is just a consolidation of whatever I was saying. What are the benefits we are getting in infra development through the Gati Shakti approach? Minimum disruption to natural resources. Any environmentalists looking for answers on green logistics? Reduces distances, time, critical last mile, first mile gaps. I think I have covered all this. So thank you very much. If time allows, we'll show the video now or later. I leave it to the organizers to decide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Davra, for your detailed presentation and presenting significant opportunities for the industry. Indeed, a lot of takeaways for our audience today. We're moving on to the next segment. I'm happy to announce that FICCI, in partnership with CRISIL, our knowledge partner for today's summit, have prepared a report titled Sustainable Multimodal Logistics, a Vision and Green Logistics Paradigm. Before I invite Rajesh Kumar ji to please to launch the report, may I invite Mr. Ashutosh Bhandari, Senior Practice Leader and Director, CRISIL, on stage with us. Request Secretary Sir and Special Secretary Ma'am to please inaugurate the report. This report highlights the need of an imperative shift towards green logistics, unveiling the concepts, essence, and drivers. It explores the global best practices, identifies current interventions in India, and projects a visionary outlook while acknowledging the inherent challenges in transitioning into sustainable practices. We will be sharing this report with all our delegates. I hope you have registered yourself while coming in. In case you have missed out, please put in your email IDs there and we will send a soft copy to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's immense pleasure for me to invite Secretary DPIIT, Mr. Rajesh Kumar Singh, to please enlighten us with his vision. I invite him for his keynote address.
Good morning, everybody. My colleagues on the dais, Mr. Pathak, Mr. Somani, my colleague from DPIIT, Sumita ji, business leaders from different parts of India, from different domains, who are part of the FICCI, diplomats, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to join you here today to talk about logistics, about infrastructure, India's infrastructure push, and the new India's growth story. And let me begin with that because my colleague has already covered in fair detail the nuts and bolts of what PM Gati Shakti is about, how it is transforming the logistics landscape in the country. Let me sort of try to package it in a broader sort of framework. India, as all of you are aware, is now the world's 5th largest economy with a GDP of US $3.7 trillion. It's growing at a pace where we expect, even in a business as usual scenario, to add $0.75 trillion in GDP terms to its GDP, to our GDP every 2 years. As a result, we expect to reach 5 trillion by 2025 and 7 trillion by 2030. Hopefully by then we will also be the world's 3rd largest economy. This growth momentum is propelled by a combination of factors. It's propelled by a strong political leadership, robust macroeconomic management and robust numbers. It is propelled also by unparalleled investments in our public infrastructure, including our digital public infrastructure. And the reason for this is the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. He sees that such investment, whether it is in hard infrastructure, whether it is in digital infrastructure, or for that matter in social infrastructure, these are public goods that have tremendous positive multiplier effects on the economy in terms of employment generation, and ensuring that the economy moves at a faster pace. An example of this is the fact that in terms of public sector capital investment, the amount that we are investing has grown from 5.6 lakh crores in the financial year 2015 to almost 4 times, to 18.6 lakh crores in FY24. And Government of India's capital expenditure as a percentage of GDP has grown from 2.86% in FY14 to 4.5% in FY24. This combination of factors, the investment in infrastructure and in digital infrastructure, has led to the following sort of broad trends that you can see in our economy. You can see the formalization of the economy due to the growth in bank accounts in unbanked sectors and unbanked sections of the population. It is leading to financial inclusion. It is bridging the digital divide. And this combination of factors is actually showing up in our growth rates as well. This is also combined with the fact that you also see a trend in terms of what we call financialization of our household savings and assets, where for the first time significant household savings are being put in financial assets, in SIPs, in bank accounts, and for the first time we've reached over 13 crore in demat accounts, which means that a growing section of India's middle class is investing in financial assets and in the corporate sector. Now let me talk a little bit about the logistics space and some of the details Sumita has already covered, but I mean, just to put it in more sort of striking terms, you would be seeing that in India by the end of 24, the distance from Delhi to Mumbai will be covered in just 12 hours. Once the expressway between Delhi and Mumbai is fully completed, it's already completed in several sections. The current travel time is 24 hours. So we are talking about a 50% reduction in travel time. So, the distance to Lucknow is already down to about 6.5, 7 hours. That used to take almost double earlier. So these are clear, striking examples of how logistics transformation has taken place due to this government's investment in physical infrastructure. We've had a 1.6x growth in our national highways, from 90,000 odd kilometers to 1,60,000 kilometers, a 2x increase in port handling capacity in the last 9 years, a 2x increase in the number of airports in the last 9 years from 74 to 148, 111 new waterways, and tremendous investments in upgradation of our rail networks. And these factors are showing up, therefore, in our logistics cost estimates as well. DPIIT tried to do a fresh, more realistic assessment of logistics cost recently in association with the National Council of Applied Economic Research, and the numbers show that we are probably, if you go by the supply use tables of the National Account Statistics, our figures for logistics cost are probably down to about between 8 to 9% as compared to the earlier estimates which used to project it at as high as 14%. On PM Gati Shakti, I'm not going to speak too much because Sumita has covered it in significant detail. Let me just say that PM Gati Shakti ensures that we actually do proactive planning rather than reactive planning, that we ensure multimodal connectivity ex ante rather than ex poste. It ensures that when we plan for our last mile connectivity in advance, that when we do alignments, whether it's of a gas pipeline or of a road network, that we make sure that the interdictions with ecologically fragile areas, with population centers, with pilgrimage centers, with protected forests, those kind of interdictions can be avoided so that you have route optimization. Of course, that is combined with the fact that you are using digital data, you are doing digital surveys, you are avoiding physical surveys, as a result of which there is tremendous saving in terms of DPR preparation, optimization, and of course, ultimately logistics efficiency in the long run. What we are now trying to do is to go from a hard infrastructure, which was covered in detail earlier, to areas like social sector in terms of planning for hospitals, Anganwadis, the early childhood nutrition and learning centers, which we call Anganwadis, schools, colleges, ITIs, etc. as well, so that you are actually able to optimize and do a data-based decision making when it comes to coming up with new infrastructure projects, even in the social sector. And finally, which is the other transition that we are trying to do with PM Gati Shakti, which is that the new focus there from network planning to social infrastructure, the focus now is on area planning, which is that you in a particular area where there is an anchor investment of some kind, whether it is a dam or a port, the idea is to ensure some kind of saturation coverage and planning of infrastructure for that entire hinterland linked to that investment. That is an exercise that we've just started. We intend to roll it out across all the districts in the country so that all district collectors have access to this data, to this platform, and empowers them to plan better for their respective jurisdictions in terms of planning, whether it is for hard infrastructure or for social infrastructure. That is broadly what I wanted to convey today. I want to again emphasize also one other point about PM Gati Shakti and other elements of digital public infrastructure that this country is building up as a public good. The Honorable Prime Minister's vision has been that these are not just digital public goods for the people of India. It is meant to be a global public good, which is why whether it is UPI, which we are rolling out to already we've rolled it out to 7 other countries. For PM Gati Shakti, similarly, we hope to showcase it and eventually roll it out and integrate it and provide it free of cost to some of our neighboring countries and eventually to other countries in the global south as a part of India's commitment to the global south. These are the broad, let me tell you, there are people who feel that we should be monetizing some of these digital assets, but the PM's vision is to use it for public good and for the global public good as well. Thank you very much for calling me today. All the best.
Thank you, Mr. Singh, for your very enriching keynote address. Indeed, your address not only shed light on the importance of these policies, but provided a very clear vision for the way forward. From network to social sector to area-based development to a global responsibility is a very clear understanding for all our participants today. With this, I invite Secretary General FICCI, Mr. Sailesh Pathak, for his concluding remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries in the dais, dignitaries in the audience. Let me just begin with a quiz question. How many people in this room know the connection between Mahatma Gandhi and FICCI? Please raise your hands. All right, not very many. So Mahatma Gandhi addressed our annual general meeting in 1931. That was the 4th AGM in 1931. His photo is there for all of you to see. So from the 4th AGM in 1931 to the 96th AGM in 2023 December, we've come a long way, but the future is more important than the past. And we've just heard Secretary DPIIT, Mr. Rajesh Kumar Singh, describing the changes, actually the transformation that's happening in India. So let me just, share a few stories. Story number 1 is on the 11th of December, the FICCI delegation went to call on Honorable Prime Minister and share with him the 4 priorities that we have for the year. Make in India, women-led development, farm prosperity, and sustainability. And we had 15 minutes scheduled time. He gave us 45 minutes. We were blessed. One of the things that Honorable Prime Minister said was that government's incomes, or the Consolidated Fund of India for those who are technical, social safety nets are a must, but to enable India to do high-level exports, that is where government's intervention is needed. And the Pradhan Mantri Gati Shakti National Master Plan is a classic example, which was launched in September 2022. In less than 16 months, we saw the outcomes that Sumita Davraji has outlined for us. All of you were stuck in toll plazas around 10 years ago. Yes or no? Toll plazas took forever to get through, yes or no? Today we breeze through. That is part of the FASTag revolution in Gati Shakti. The National Logistics Plan, the LEADS study actually was a very good data-driven exercise. This is the study referred to, in which we concluded that our logistics cost was around 9%. And I remember a decade ago, we used to say that logistics cost is between 12 to 16%. So Mr. Sandeep Somani, past president, is very happy because he is one of the world's largest manufacturers of sanitary ware. And when he used to send a truck from Ludhiana to Coimbatore, it used to take 9 days. Now it takes 2. And essentially, what is logistics cost? I produce something for 100 rupees, and by the time it reaches the destination, it costs 115 rupees. Now suddenly it's costing 107 rupees. Who's benefiting? Everyone. I think, one broad thought. 70% of India is yet to be built, right? And FICCI is representing private sector industry. Most of this business will come to FICCI members. But there are 4 stages in infrastructure. One is the design. Unless the design is right, nothing gets done. The second is the financing. Unless the money is there, nothing gets done. The third is the construction in time, in cost. And the fourth is the operation. And Gati Shakti actually enables us to design better. And as we just heard, not only physical infrastructure, but also social infrastructure. Gati Shakti enables us to construct much better. And Gati Shakti certainly enables us to operate much better. So the beneficiaries are entirely the citizens of India and the private sector. Just to give you a small example, there is a train called the Brahmaputra Express. 15657. Check it out, NTES on your mobiles. When you look at the route of the Brahmaputra Express, it goes from Delhi to Prayagraj to Bhagalpur, and from Kishanganj, actually instead of going towards the northeast, it turns south. And it goes all the way and then comes back to Kishanganj and Barsol. It's actually a 150, 200 kilometer detour. Why? Because at the time when the rail was built, our engineering capabilities were not good enough to cover the mighty river that's between these two places. Now that we've built Bogibeel, now that we've built the Atal Setu connecting the mainland with Mumbai across the sea, and using Gati Shakti, I am saying that in the next 5 years, the journey to the northeast will definitely come down by 3 to 4 hours. That's the power of Gati Shakti. You referred, Secretary DPIIT referred to digital public infrastructure. The beauty of DPI is once the infrastructure is established, the private sector can innovate on top of it. The global south is using, 7 countries are already using our UPI platform. The global south can benefit from the Gati Shakti master plan. And my only request for the secretary and the special secretary is, you are enabling, the Gati Shakti platform to be accessed by all district collectors in the country, which is huge. So local level planning will become so much better. At a certain stage, whenever you're ready, please enable the private sector to access the Gati Shakti master plan and the 1400 layers, like in digital public infrastructure. We have enabled the private sector. That would be a great step for the private sector. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
As the dignitaries depart, I would request the audience to please remain seated. We are already running late, so we will kind of immediately start with the next session. Thank you.
And in the break, we will show the video that is part of Sumita ji's presentation. Yeah.
India, the fastest growing major economy, setting development milestones in 25 years of Amrit Kaal. The third largest economy by 2028, a developed nation by 2047.
आजादी के अमृत काल में जब देश आजादी के 100 साल मनाएगा, उस समय दुनिया में भारत का तिरंगा झंडा, विकसित भारत का तिरंगा झंडा होना चाहिए.
Realizing the goal of a developed nation requires world-class infrastructure and logistics ecosystem to support business requirements, besides creating employment and robust health and education systems. Thus, infrastructure connectivity becomes a primary facilitator for socio-economic growth, led by our visionary Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. This year's Union Budget has announced a historic capex push of $121 billion to be invested in infrastructure to facilitate multimodal connectivity across the nation, connecting hinterland manufacturers to EXIM gateways, facilitating seamless movement of goods and people, and addressing last-mile connectivity gaps. With these objectives at the core, the Government of India launched the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan in October 2021 and introduced a transformational approach to integrated planning of multimodal infrastructure in the country.
बदलता हुआ भारत आज पुरानी चुनौतियों को समाप्त करते हुए आगे बढ़ रहा है. हम समस्याओं के स्थायी समाधान पर, परमानेंट सॉल्यूशन पर जोर दे रहे हैं. और इसका एक उदाहरण पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान भी है.
Indigenously developed under Atmanirbhar Bharat and Digital India, the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan is a GIS-enabled platform that adopts geospatial and other cutting-edge technologies and integrates multiple data layers of infrastructure on a single portal. This brings various ministries and departments together and enables comprehensive and database planning for the country's development. Three-tier institutional system facilitates seamless coordination between line ministries and departments, states and union territories, and local level organizations, keeping up the spirit of cooperative federalism. This whole-of-government approach has resulted in the timely planning of projects in a cost-efficient manner, reducing overlaps with existing infrastructure, minimizing ecological impact, and reducing delays due to interdepartmental clearances. By improving the country's logistics efficiency in this manner, the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan has the potential to save billions of dollars annually, which can be utilized for public welfare schemes and various infrastructure projects. The PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan has a positive impact, and some of the examples are: regular NPG meetings are facilitating fast-track clearances from different authorities and de-risking investments. Sanction of 400+ final location surveys by Ministry of Railways is an 8-fold jump from the previous year of manual surveys. Today, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas completes detailed route survey within a day's time, as compared to 6 to 9 months taken previously. Forest area intersection on the Pune-Bengaluru Expressway has been reduced by 19%. More than $20 million have been saved in the alignment of Silchar-Jiribhum-Impal gas pipeline, planned as part of the Northeast gas grid. The variety and scale of PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan impacted disaster management planning in Goa, efficient coastal corridor planning in Gujarat's western coast, objective decision-making for locating new schools in Uttar Pradesh, efficient movement plan for carrying freight by coastal shipping, 4G saturation to 30,000 villages in the country. PM Gati Shakti area development approach is revolutionizing India's planning for connectivity to both economic and social centers, thereby leading to balanced and sustainable socio-economic growth, and thus realizing our Prime Minister's goal of a developed nation by 2047. The enduring outcomes of the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan are benefiting all stakeholders and citizens of the country. Reduced logistics costs are rendering the manufacturing sector more competitive, while fostering resilient supply chains and enhancing integration with global value chains, thus upholding India's spirit of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. The world is one family.
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly settle down. We are just going to start with plenary session 1 in about 1 to 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly take up your seats. We will begin anytime now. The first session will be on PM Gati Shakti and comprehensive area development approach. We are going to be discussing some key pertinent points such as development of industrial and commercial clusters, Gati Shakti multimodal cargo terminals. We focus on port rail, road rail connectivity, the role of waterways in enhancing regional trade. We focus on economic growth through integration of infrastructure connectivity projects and infrastructure development and investment opportunities. For the same, we have a very interesting line of speakers who will join us as panelists. I take this opportunity to kindly invite on stage Mr. Unmesh Sharadwak, Chairman, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, Mr. Prakash Gaur, CEO, National Highways Logistic Management Limited, Mr. Kamlesh Kumar Gosai, Executive Director, Gati Shakti Traffic Railway Board, Dr. Jivisha Joshi, Deputy Secretary, DPIIT, Mr. Sachin Bhanushali, Advisor, FICCI Committee on Logistics, Mr. Ranadhir Reddy, Senior Vice President, Rail and Indian Terminals, North Africa and Indian Subcontinent, DP World. And to steer the discussion, we have amongst us the moderator from CRISIL, Mr. Jagan Narayanan Padmanabhan, who's also the Senior Director and Global Head for Transport, Logistics and Mobility. I would request again everyone to kindly take their seats. Over to you, Jagan.
Thank you. Thank you, Komal. Good afternoon, everybody. Without spending too much time, I'll quickly jump into the core of what this session is about. And I think we have an illustrious panel out here, cutting across, railways, ports, in a way, logistics and the roads part of it as well. And I'll take the opportunity to kind of first start with Chairman in charge at JNPA, Mr. Wag. Sir, I mean, you have in a way kind of set the whole tone in terms of connectivity, intermodal part of it, JNPA being a premier port of the container port of the country. And the challenges it had faced, let's say about 5-6 years before, were immense. And most of it were to do with the connectivity aspect part of it. And a significant amount of investments have gone through it. And I would like you to take us through how you were able to overcome that and how the whole connectivity becomes a central point as far as the whole port evacuation is concerned. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Jagan. Very good morning to all. JNPA has improved its efficiency at yard level, at key level, but the problem with dwell time is because of the road connectivity. From JNPA to national and state highways, there are a lot of problems. And unfortunately, the land was not with JNPA, which connecting the state highways and national highways. Some land belonged to CIDCO, that is Government of Maharashtra. Some was with NHAI. So JNPA created one SPV and invested approximately 3,000 crores and connected JNPA to the state highways and national highways. And as Jagan told, before 5 years, it used to take almost day, sometimes a day, 24 hours, to cover 40 kilometers because of various queues and because the roads are very narrow. Now it takes only 40 minutes to connect to the national highways and state highways. And that reduced not only the cost and time, but it also gave certainty about the schedule to the exporter and importer. And that also cut down the logistic costs substantially. Also, to help this initiative, we created a centralized parking plaza, a unique initiative by JNPA, which now copied by other ports and other international ports also, where we synergized parking with custom processes. It not only, so the road and CPP not only saved dwell time of export containers by staggering 4 days, the cost has been reduced from minimum 10,000 to maximum 100 rupees. So that we could achieve with this connectivity thing.
Thank you, sir. and also in terms of ranking within the whole World Bank's index and all of that, it has significantly helped, and also in a way, as you said, set the tone for other ports to follow in terms of how important the connectivity is and the steps that you have taken to overcome that as well. So I think within a given time frame to kind of overcome that is also a significant achievement by itself. Moving on to Mr. Gaur. Sir, by the nature, you have something called as a multimodal logistics park, and you're in a way developing close to 3 dozens of them, right? I think the whole PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, in a way, should be at the heart of this whole development, and we have seen that being talked about by the Special Secretary as well. So what is the overall goals that you would be kind of achieving by the development of all of this, MMLPs, and what is the role that the Gati Shakti also plays in the development of that?
Thank you, Jagan. Good morning to all. I'm first of all privileged to be part of this panel, where I see it's a panel of multimodal. We have a railways, we have a shipping, we have a DPIIT, and we have a private sector also. And that's how we are developing the multimodal. The model is like that. So thanks to Vicky for selecting the panel thingies. Secondly, as Mr. Umesh mentioned, that we are developing this support connectivity for the JNPT. We have a similar kind of now arrangement with all major ports, where the connectivities are being developed along with in the partnership board. And taking further under the guidance of DPIIT, we are developing 108 such port connectivities to improve the last mile connectivity, which implies in the reducing the logistics. At the end of the day, what Chairman Sahab mentioned, that evacuation of the cargo leads to enrichment. At the end of the day, you have heard in the morning session, the objective is to reduce the logistics costs, which will increase our trade product competitive, which will help the industries at large thingies. Now, coming to the point of multimodalities and MMLP part versus thingies, and how the Gati Shakti is, in the core of the PM Gati Shakti is multimodality and intermodality. And when we say core of this thing is how when we plan the infrastructure. In fact, before, I'm sure all of you have seen in the morning session directly from the Secretary Sahab and the Madam. But as a user, I would say, as one of the participating ministry in that thing is how we benefit this thing, especially when you talk about the multimodal logistics park, when we set the locations. The challenge before, when you want to set up, we have a 35 approved locations, which are broadly defined. Okay, one will come in Chennai, one will come Bangalore, one will come Indore, Nagpur, and so Bombay, and so on and so forth, Pune, and so on and so forth. But then question comes exactly where the location will be. And as I mentioned, when we talk about the multimodal logistics park, I also say the multi-stakeholders. And that's the first the challenge I see the private sector faces when they want to develop multimodal logistics parks. First, of course, to procure the land at the right location, at the affordable price, getting the connectivities, getting all the approval clearances. So that is exactly is being done by the government this time. So what we do as all three of us thing is, we come together along with the state thing is, ensure land is available, the rail connectivity is provided, highway connectivity is provided, port linkages are being given this thing is, and all approvals and clearances are in place, including customs and other things. It's become much easier for private sector. And the entire role is to be done by the private sector. Like a 45-year concession where private sector is being developing that park. If you see the core of that, when you says how the logistics cost will reduce is when you are able to improvise your efficiencies. And the more important comes is, if you see the break of the logistics cost, the major comes in the transportation cost. And let me admit, the railway is much cheaper than the highways. So being in the Ministry of Road Transport, I actually work for the railways, how to increase the cargo share to the railways thingies. So the role of this MMLP is aggregation of cargo from the source, shifting it to the railways from the long leads, and then at the another point, which work on the hub and spoke system, disaggregating cargoes, and again distributing using the roads and other modes of transport thingies, where we are also partnering with the Indian Waterways, so wherever thingies. So the advantage of giving Gati Shakti is not only on the digital platform, but institutionally also has brought in all the ministries together and delivering this work much faster. And the result is we already delivered 5, 3 are on the tender stage, which we expect in this financial year to happen, and then many more to come, 7 another in next 1 year will come.
Thank you very much, sir. Move on to, talked about the railways and how highways is in a way helping the railways garner more cargo. So I think at the heart of and leading in from the port perspective as well, if you were to look at it, the modal share of the railways in the port part of it has significantly reduced over a period of time. And now the whole focus is to bring that back. And the whole national, the rail plan is looking at increasing the rail share. And this would be an important initiative in that context to bring in the connectivity either to the ports or the hinterland part of it. Also, in putting in the new railway lines and all of that. And we heard from the Special Secretary that 3 times faster enablement has happened because of this Gati Shakti part of it. So from your experience from the railway side, if you would be able to see what is the kind of strategies that you are adopting in utilizing this part of it and to take that forward.
Good afternoon to you all. Thank you very much. Thanks to FICCI and thanks to DPIIT that panel for discussion on these very important issues. So regarding Gati Shakti and Indian Railways strategies for multimodal or multimodality for transportation. So 2 of our panelists, Mr. Umesh Wagh and Prakash Good, they mentioned about that it is a country's requirement and all of us are working together for ensuring that there is as much as possible multimodality into the transportation or logistics. So talking about railways, so we are using Gati Shakti platform, we are using Gati Shakti framework, that is network planning group. All our projects, Ministry of Railways, new projects where we have a new railway lines and stations and we are putting up freight terminals. So we work together with Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, we work together with Ministry of Port Shipping, and to ensure that how maximum that convergence is there, synergy is there. One example, our existing goods heads, freight terminals. So Ministry of Road has examined the top 200 terminals by volume handling and ensured that whatever that connectivity gaps are there are filled up. Wherever there is an requirement of augmentation of capacity on national highway are being ensured. That is part 1. Regarding our railways perspective, requirement of multimodality from other modes of transportation. Now talking about Morth. Morth putting up multimodal logistic parks. So Ministry of Railways through its public sector undertakings, we are participating with them and ensuring that rail connectivities are there at all those multimodal logistic parks. Talking about port shipping and waterways. So again, Gati Shakti framework is used by Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways to identify critical gaps for provision of road connectivity and rail connectivity. And Ministry of Railways is also working on that line, that how best connectivity can be provided at various existing ports. All major ports are connected, 16 other than major ports are connected. All upcoming new port developments, rail connectivity is being planned either by railways, through joint ventures, through public-private partnership, public investment. So other than that, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways identified projects of rail connectivity or augmentation of rail connectivity under Sagarmala scheme. And we are already working, we have already completed 31 of the projects identified by Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, and 19 more we are working. Those projects are under execution. So putting together, all of us are working together to provide multimodality for freight transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, moving in a way, you're in a hot seat because at the end of the day, at DPIIT, this all folds in terms of the Gati Shakti part of it, right? So from an implementation aspects, and you have multiple stakeholders in a way involved in this part of it. And so one is the road part of it, then the rail, then the air part of it. So how do you see these challenges, and how do you address those challenges, and specifically with respect to the rail and the air part of it?
Thank you so much. Like you're mentioning, DPIT is at the heart of it. When we started, whenever we have a discussion, we always say that PM Gati Shakti is sort of a startup thing in Government of India. Because when we started, it was a very, very new thing. It is not just about the digital platform, but also about the ministries which we have integrated. Just to give a little perspective, when we started, it had some 23 ministries under the empowered group of secretaries, and out of which we had 7 ministries who were the part of network planning group. If we look at it now, we have already crossed 35 plus ministries. I'm not mentioning department, ministries. One ministries have multiple departments. We also have now all 36 states and UT who are also working with us on PM Gati Shakti. Now, when we started, none of the state was onboarded. Gujarat obviously had started because BIZAG, our technical partner, was based there, and the initial experimentation in terms of states was started there. So if you look at it, we have a lot of players, and every day it is increasing because we started being a platform, being a methodology for, or an aim for just the infrastructure ministries, but then we moved on to social sector planning as well. And now, as Special Secretary Ma'am has also mentioned, that we are already going to district level for planning. So too many players are already there. When we talk about issues or challenges, I think the network planning group, which is at the heart of PM Gati Shakti, is a very, very cohesive group. Kamlesh sir is part of our network planning group. And we also have our other member who will be speaking later on the panel. Garyan sir is there. We have a lot of people who are there. And to be very honest, initially it was difficult to understand how everyone will come together, what role they will play. But now we have already reached a position where discussion regarding multimodality, discussion regarding the role of, for example, if it's a railway project, what will be the role of roadway, or whether we have an inland waterway nearby, what will be the connectivity requirement for that, whether there is an industrial park in the vicinity or a new airport which is coming up and will also be somehow related to this. So all this has come together very in a very, very cohesive manner. And at this moment, I am very happy to say that we don't face any challenges. The only thing is how best a project can become multimodal if it has not already been during the planning stage. So I think that is the best part of planning together. And this is happening now, not just at national level. We already have some states who have issued notification that, for example, if there is a project above few crores, like I think 100 crore is by Madhya Pradesh, even a UT like Andaman has a circular saying more than 4 crores project. So their NPG, which has been formed, they have said that any such project, their NPG members, which involves all these important department principal secretaries or secretaries at state level, will sit together and discuss it in similar manner. So I think the pathway has become very smooth as of now.
So in a way, you're saying a template even at the state level is getting built in as we speak.
Yes, template at state level, and in fact, we already, when we released this district collector handbook, Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal sir released it. It even mentions a district level committee setup, where at district level also, who all should be sitting together, so that you don't have a top down approach, but you will also have bottom up approach when it comes to PM Gati Shakti. So we are meeting midway from both the sides now.
Excellent. Moving on to Mr. Reddy, and Mr. Pathak, from FICCI here also mentioned opening up this to the private sector would be really a boon, and integrating them into this part of it. So from your perspective and from DP World, who have been in the global arena and operating on the multimodal part of it, what are the things that you want to see in the Gati Shakti part of it, and what's the role that you think the private sector can play in enhancing this whole platform?
Look, the modal share, the increasing the rail modal, what is of importance, as we are seeing. Okay. So
Look, under the Gati Shakti, there have been so many GCT terminals, freight terminals, getting land for the freight terminals is of critical importance, a private player. And of course, can start procuring rolling stock and all. But terminals is the major bottleneck. Was at least about, say, 5 years back or so. So now, under the Gati Shakti plan, railway is bringing out so many unutilized stations which have potential for rail movement, conversion into. So they are bidding out so many of these projects which the private players have started to take interest, and then that will compress the lead time for building. For example, see 5 years back or 7 years back, it was only Concor which had the private freight terminal. And then, of course, that is again because it was an adjunct organization. Now, most of the private players who have come in essentially were only procuring rolling stock and then operating out of leased assets of. But with this Gati Shakti plan coming in, at least in the last couple of years, there has been a change in which the private players are getting access to railway land and they're fast tracking the terminal development, which is in turn enabling us to procure more rolling stock, run more trains, and increase the modal. And for example, if you just take DP World 6 speed, so we started with about 7 trains. Now today we are operating around 60 trains and 30 trains are coming in, and then we would be operating close to about 9 trains. Second next to has about 300 trains, and where we were really getting constrained was in the terminal development. We had only 7 terms, and with this plan we are really bidding out and then taking assistance of rail and other governmental agencies, then we are ramping up. For example, if even if we own 8 terminals, we are able to access about 30 odd terminals under the schemes of. And then of course we are also planning. So that is kind of proliferating the rail network, and it is also increasing the private players' capacity to run more. And how does it why do you think a modal shift will happen towards railways? Look, because railway leg is only one leg in the supply, and then it's always you have a first mile, you have a last mile, and you have attendant and all, in which that's how people taking road may be an easier option or so. But with DP World, since we have an expert and we have a range of services offer, we're trying to link first mile, last mile, and other value addition go along with that, and trying to build a product which is bringing customer away from road and into. So in a way, we are making the road and rail act as not competitors but as complementing. That is how we are trying to drive, and we are also. We have a few examples. We do both on containerized and non-containerized. But where we start bringing in hitherto a customer was moving only by rail. They are now opting for us because we are taking supply. So this is how these kinds of products. There's so many innovative products that can come out in future when you start stitching up supply chain beyond just the rail. So, but rail becomes an important component of that particular supply chain. So then people will start moving in, and the private players will start. They will start doing all this, and that would trigger a good push into the into increasing the modal share of rail. That's what I feel.
Sure, thanks. In fact, instead of DP World, maybe it should be DL World now. The entire logistics and stuff is no longer the ports that you are interested. You're looking at an end-to-end supply chain, and how do you manage that whole part of it and own the customer. And I think all of this, the ports, the rail, and other modes will certainly do that. Sachin, saving you for the last and for the first part of it, you wear multiple hats, and being in the industry, being a veteran in the industry on the logistics part of it. How do you think this whole Gati Shakti, in a way, in the economy part of it, how do you think this will really add up? At the end of the day, one is the logistics cost part of it, but the overall economy, the kind of jobs it can do, and from a planning perspective, where do you see all of this leading up to?
Thanks, Jagan. Thanks for having me on this panel. I think one of the most important, if we look at the master plan itself, it is basically Gati Shakti National Master Plan with an emphasis on master plan for multimodal connectivity. Technically more intermodal than multimodal, because we're talking mainly about on land and inland waterway transportation. So I think two important components which it brings in is that it does away with the railroad dichotomy that Indian economy has been facing for a very long period of time. We always think in terms of rail as a mode or road as a mode. It's no more so. Second is integration of infrastructure has been a major issue. Even if you look back, let's say, a couple of decades and go to a railway station, the railway station would have an excellent infrastructure within the rail premises, but the moment you step out, the road access to the city always used to be a problem. So in a lighter vein, if I can explain it, 2009, I joined Facebook, and there were many friends which I had thought that I had lost forever, got reconnected. Situation here is similar, that getting connected to the pieces of infrastructure at a national level is possible because of this kind of Facebook-like, I don't want to demean it by comparing it with Facebook. It's much larger effort in terms of integrating the effort in planning for infrastructure. But if we look at, let's say, the similarity in it. And secondly, as the network grows, I connect with 10 friends. The 10 friends will have 10 other friends, out of which 3 would be my common friends. The network increases, and the integrity of the entire connectivity which emerges out of it is, I think, significant. So coming back to the contribution to economy, and particularly, let's say, job creation from an economic growth point of view, if we look at it, I think 2-3 things which happen is that, one is that it definitely helps in reducing delays and gestation. Delays have an impact both on cost as well as on difficulty in integration. Second is that it brings in multimodality, and one of the reasons why I think Indian Railways have not been able to take care of the transportation or logistics needs of the manufacturing sector is that we have not offered a multimodal or an intermodal solution to the manufacturing sector. Now with this, if we have multiple multimodal terminals, as was mentioned by our friends from Railways as well as private sector, he's also again from Railways, and also mentioned by Javisha, that we will have access to network, both road network and rail network through these switching terminals, and the overall access to markets through road and rail would become much more integrated from the point of view of ease of accessing the markets. And I think one of the reasons why the manufacturing sector has stayed away from rail is that access to markets was not readily made available by rail transportation, because rail transportation primarily concentrated only on the key commodities of growth, be it coal, iron and steel, minerals, petroleum products, food grain, fertilizer, etc. Whereas now it brings in possibility of converting a truckload into a container load, getting multiple such container loads and converting into a train load, and providing long distance transportation by rail, bringing in all the benefits of road transportation to rail transportation. From a job creation perspective, I would consider that anything that helps you in improving potential of growth brings in a lot of job opportunities. And from that point of view, I'm sure a decade later, we'll be looking back and looking at the contribution which has been made by this initiative. I'm certain that definitely this is going to be a major contributor to economic growth as well as job creation in India.
No, that's true. I think the larger point also, you're saying that more and more LCL cargo in a way can be brought in, assimilated, and whole containerization can also be a mode in which a lot of this can happen. I think with infrastructure comes all of these possibilities to emerge across.
And one more thing which I can add, like Facebook, it has provided a shared paradigm, shared platform for everyone to think about. If you don't know where to go as far as integration of infrastructure or planning of your infrastructure is concerned, if you don't find a friend, go to Facebook. If you don't find whom to talk to, go to Gati Shakti Master Plan.
Excellent. Positive words there. Sir, coming back to Mr. Bagh out here, one recent development which is the Atal Setu, which has got opened up. Not only that part of it, but also the whole private entity and the participation which has happened at the JNPA, both put together. How do you see this impact having, large scale project which is getting implemented, which can facilitate the overall cargo movement from and to the port, specifically for the Atal Setu bridge coming through? What do you see the impact which will happen at JNP? And are these kind of projects will help other ports as well in their overall movement of cargo?
The opening of Atal Setu fortnight back, it will change many things as far as Mumbai metropolitan region is concerned. Now, if you see, at present, the goods come to Mumbai, then they go to Bhiwandi, and again come back to Mumbai. So, from JNPA to Bhiwandi, 50 odd kilometers, from Bhiwandi to Mumbai, again 50 odd kilometers. And lot of consumption happen in Mumbai. So, this is not only the saving in the fuel, but also in capacity of the tractor trailers. It's not only 100 kilometers, because there are a lot of restrictions for the trucks which go to the Bhiwandi. They can't ply on daytime. They have to travel only 10 to 5. So whatever is imported for Mumbai, it first stays at the CFS for a day or two, then take a day to reach Bhiwandi, then stay there for 2 days, and then again come back to Mumbai. So it's a 7-day cycle. With this one initiative of Atal Setu, that will completely change how cargo enters into Mumbai. Now, that mid-mile connectivity, which we talk about, we will have, and we are having a lot of warehouses in and around JNPA. We also gave land in our SEZ, and we are also giving land of port land for the warehouses. So instead of going to Bhiwandi, the container will go to the warehouses in Navi Mumbai area. Then the container will be available for its next journey within hours instead of 7 days. So turnaround time of containers will reduce from week to hours because of this Atal Setu. That is one. Second, the rolling stock. In railway term, here I am talking about the trucks. The cargo which required for Mumbaikar, it was occupying truck for 7 days. Instead of that, now it will be occupying that truck for only 24 hours. That is a day. So it is not only saving in cost, time, but also it is a very green initiative, because that 100+ kilometers which we will save, that much of carbon dioxide we will save. And it will also create a roadmap for using the battery operated trucks or the green trucks, so that, because the distances are very small, so you can quickly come back and recharge. So this new development will soon take place because of this Atal Setu. So whole lot of things will change because of this one particular development of a bridge. So that way it will not only reduce cost, time, but it will also reduce carbon footprint as far as this Atal Setu is concerned.
So that the context was that, as you at the last part mentioned, just one bridge, that's the, I think the vital word, saying that even that can really change the dynamics of what's happening for even a big port like JNPA. the impact that it can have is quite significant to that extent. So thank you, sir, on that. Mr. Gaur, we talked about this 3 dozen MMLPs coming across, and we also talked about the state entities, and Ms. Joshi also talked about the state and their participation as a stakeholder. So how all of this is coming through, because you are in a live example, you kind of talked about 5 or 7 of those MMLPs up for bidding, and people can participate. So what are the the interventions that is there with the state government plus at the central level? How are all of this playing through in the implementation part of it, and how is this Gati Shakti facilitating that interactions?
So first, I think I mentioned the previous remarks also. This entire development is happening on the PPP. So the government is very clear that we will be acting as an enabler. Thing is, and simultaneously, lighter note I says, we work on your pain point, you work on your paper. So the private sector can really work on the business side is. So when I say PPP, this is the first time I'm seeing in the government that for awarding the PPP concessions, government is also forming a consortium. So we are forming a special purpose vehicle for the project, which is awarding concession authorities, whether railways, shipping, road transportation, and state government, industrial corporation. All 4 of us coming forward, forming a special purpose vehicle, bringing all its expertise together, providing the raw material for the project. When I say raw material, meaning is the land, the highway connectivities, the railway connectivities is required ingredient for making any project successful. And then from there onwards, it's the private sectors who will be playing and who is playing the role. Just to add your point, what he says, 5 has already been awarded. So the Chennai is already awarded, Bangalore, Nagpur, Indore, Guwahati, and the 3 which I am saying currently in tender is Jalna, at Pune, and Anandpur. We are working another 4, Coimbatore, Hyderabad, Patna, Jammu, will be coming shortly. So what role Gati Shakti plays in that? Let me tell you, initially when Gati Shakti was, all of us were swimming. Whether it's appraising part or it's a project part. So all the ministries, I'm sure that will, if you ask my other colleagues also. But recently I attended the meeting, and it was so clear. When the question comes appraisal, this is the appraising agency, let the ministry should take a call. Our job is to integrate the infrastructure, ensuring that each of us work in tandem. So that when we review the project at Gati Shakti level, when Kamlesh Bhai sits or the madam sits there, this thing is, they really see that any entity when is proposing the project, one is a platform of this thing is. But another thing is how really, I will give a very live example of that. Suppose you have taken a project at, for that matter in Anandpur or in Pune, how you have selected that land. So is really helping the economic node around that, which is the industrial use. So what are the industrial nodes around that which are available in that, whether they will be able to get the facilitation of that. It's the biggest advantage we get while doing. Then of course infrastructure layer, the railway connectivities, the highways, the forest, the environment, the topography, the terrain, this thing is, even in sometimes as watershed area is not there, what happened if the topography change in that area and how the impact will analyze, that all things is been taken care. And then it is not just one is using the digital platform, we all of us sit on one platform where in the room and see how each ministry is seen, and not only that evaluation point of view. In fact, I was amazed to see after the review project, I start receiving the call from the ministries, how can we really collaborate in the business point of view, which can help. So from the government side, it's working for delivering, let's say, institutional delivering, and then of course we are partnering with the private sector, which will be developing and operating for 45 years. Just to, I'm sure many of you will be aware, but again to reiterate, I'll take another 2 minutes to explain the model per se. It's a 45-year concessions. The model is very clear. This thing is, we provide land, highway, railway, other infrastructures, and all approval and clearances, including the environment clearance, which is a major sometimes challenge for you. for the private sectors to develop these projects over a period of 15 years for the concession of 45 years. But then when I say 15 years, does not mean the project will prolong that. It's developed in 3 phases. The phase 1 is to be developed within 2 years' time. So the COD has to be achieved. What we look from we give the master plan, we give our own estimates for this thing is, but we are not very prescriptive for the private sector. We says, okay, suppose there is 1,000 crore investment in a project by private sector, as per authority estimates, 1/3 of the investment or 40% depending on as the case may be, approximately has to be done in phase 1. So if 1,000 crore is there, 333 crores is to be invested within 2 years' time. We have given the base master plan. You can always improvise the value engineering thing is. We will be only evaluating from the authority engineers, independent engineers point of view, whether you have any, because private sector knows better that where to invest. But it's a business one, private sector has to really run it and provide the infrastructure to the industries to make it competitive. It's a win-win situation for both. As a government, we are able to get the good infrastructure which is available for the industry up and because at the end of the day, what I as a professional feel that if we are able to achieve what the developed country, what we call is JIT, just in time concept for the industries, then so then only will be reduce the logistics cost. It is not just about the intermodality also. It is also about from the manufacturing side will appreciate that if my raw material requirement or my working capital requirement is minimized, then I become the much more. How the auto industry works. And we really apply to other industries and make it more effective. If we bring that ecosystems, and when we work with the state governments now, earlier, if a state government has to attract the investment, industrial investments, what they used to do is subsidize land, some incentives on the GST reimbursement, power cheap. If you take any industrial policies, these are 4 or 5 key ingredients will be there from the industry's point of view, and they go for large investors, bring an income investments, give all these things. But last 5-6 years, what I've seen, because I work in the state side also, that when you go to large anchor investors, any of this, the first question comes, how my backward and forward linkages of these things? Meaning is, where are your logistics hub from this? It is not just an industrial large park you are creating of 5,000 acres or 2,000 acres you are creating this thing. If you do not have a backward and forward linkages for the commodities, which is in form of logistics facilities, it's very difficult to attract large investment for the states. Now, states are also coming forward while doing that. It's a very collaborative efforts which we are trying to do. I'm sure next 3-4 years we see a lot of fruits. In the last 3 years, efforts have gone into that, where you are seeing that 5 projects already there. Another thing is we are also working with railways. How larger initiatives can be scale up in many other initiatives and can be taken.
Thanks for that. Sir, coming back to you, while we say it's Indian Railways, but there is multiple railways within the Indian Railways, right? And more than probably about 16 odd divisions cutting across the whole IR spectrum. How is this getting imbibed across each of those divisions? Because at the end of the day, they have their own individual way of implementation of projects. They have their own individual cargo and everything it's done. So how does that translate from top into multiple of these? At the end of the day, how is it getting integrated at an overall level?
So when this Gati Shakti initiative was launched in 2021, of Railways along all major ministries. At the national level, Ministry of Railway set up Gati Shakti Directorate. So within railways, as you rightly mentioned, we have a 6 and 8 divisions, and we also have a functional departments. So all departments related with project planning and execution are together under this of Gati Directorate at the railway board level. We have also set up Gati Shakti units in all 68 divisions of Indian Railways. So they also we have a team working on principles of PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan for planning of projects, execution and monitoring team. And Just to cite few example, are we having that synergy? One example is prior to financial year 2023, the previous 3 years we sanctioned 767 projects each year. That's 6 to 7 projects in a year of new line, gauge conversion or double line railways balance terminal. Year 22-23, in an year we have sanctioned, railways have sanctioned 68 projects. That's a one example. And likewise, our speed of execution of projects, we did something around 4,000 plus kilometer execution, 8 kilometer last year, and likely to surpass that figure this year also, and have a very ambitious target of creating thousands of break in future also. In a similar manner, we also had a Gati Shakti cargo terminal policy in 2021, whereby we had a target of by 24-25, that 2025, we had a target of setting up 100 Gati Shakti cargo terminals. By now, we have already commissioned 60 terminals. And other than this 100 target, we have already given 170 odd in principle approvals for setting up of cargo terminal. Yeah, there is energy, there is a all our units from railway board, zone, since they are on board and using this principle.
Yeah, I mean, to 4,000 lane kilometers is quite impressive, right? I mean, when at the roads itself, we are doing something of close to only 10,000 kilometers now. On the rail part of it, it's quite a significant number. Ms. Joshi, going back to you, other than the conventional part of it, are there any unconventional ways in which you think the whole logistics, this whole PM Gati Shakti part of it is being put to use? Because then that will be of good interest to the audience as well. That other than just the logistics part, even within the logistics, if there is something which is unconventional, that also something that we can kind of talk about.
So like I mentioned before also, that when we started, it was more about infra, it was more about logistics. But then when this tool was open to the states themselves started coming up with some excellent usage, which we didn't think of. And that was especially in the social sector. Now see, if you look at it, it is a GIS based tool, which is having the correct data layers. That's very important to have an updated data. Most of them are API integrated. So few of the, so like for example, UP, they made a Pahoj tool where they have integrated it, and now they are using it for identification of location for new schools. Now, where new schools have to be opened, there is a filter, there is a tool available where you can have a customized approach. For example, I in a district wants to open new Anganwadi, new school, whatever. I can put some specification that it should be, there should be a tertiary healthcare or primary healthcare in vicinity. I can put in that it should be so much like 100 kilometers away from a water body. I can also put in that it should be only on a government land, because I also have the revenue maps integrated. Now, putting all that filter, it comes out with 2 to 3 best location based on your input. So these are the kind of examples which states are coming up with. Gujarat also did their natural disaster planning. The recent cyclone was there, Biparjoy, if I'm not wrong with the name. They did the evacuation planning using the master plan tools. Then Goa did a similar thing for disaster relief. We also had an example where districts are using it for finding out irrigated land or water bodies which are perennial in nature, so that if they have some agriculture area which is not irrigated throughout the year, which is leading to lack of crop production, by identification, because now you can see it. See, every district collector definitely knows about the district, but you can still miss out because you do not have those satellite imagery that which pond or which lake is going to have water throughout the year. And if you just put a pipeline through that area to the nearest agricultural land which is still not irrigated throughout the year, then that can solve the issue. So these kind of very interesting examples have started coming out from the social sector. In fact, the Ministry of Tribal Affair or Women Child, all the Anganwadis have been mapped. All these schemes which are coming up, for example, the skilling people, what they did was when they saw that these are the industrial node, for example, new MMLP is coming up at some point of place. That means that you will require few skilled people near that location. Now, what they did was they mapped all the skill training institutes, then they checked whether the required courses are there or not, because so many big establishments are coming nearby. If it was not there, they have started opening such courses nearby so that the local population can also get advantage. Otherwise, we also see people coming from different places and the local youth is not able to encash on those job opportunities. So I think these are few examples which I can give about the usage.
Very interesting. But just a kind of a comment or an ask. See, generally DPR consultants, let's say for the highways part of it, get blamed saying that they do a desk job, look at the Google and map and look at where the road is coming and what not coming up across. So I just want to understand what's the sanctity of the, so when I say GIS, you put in this information and you can kind of really get the location part of it. So the veracity, the how much dependable is it when it comes out across? Because that at the end of the day, that will really then make it tenable for people to
Correct.
Make those investments there.
So I'll mention 3-4 points regarding it. One is that when we started using it, see, the database was collected from the ministry. So we have information as updated as a ministry, state or a district has, because we have set up an SOP where you have maker, checker, approver system for uploading data on the database. Secondly, we also asked all the members who are using it to come back to us if they find discrepancy on the ground, so that we can do that correction as well. Third, to have an example, we did an area planning for Arunachal Pradesh. So this was this Bichom Dam which was inaugurated by Honorable PM Sir, and we wanted to see that sitting in office, if I have all these database, can I identify and also do an area-based planning? Identification means that are there any gaps, whether it's about mobile tower, whether it's about the homestay, whether if there are some local production, do they have enough warehouses nearby? And if I want to sit in my office and find out that which all should be good locations for opening this, can I do it? When we did this whole exercise, we identified 191 projects, which includes everything. It has road projects, homestay projects, some peripheral roads around the dam, and how to make a model out of it. And a team of from the division went and actually did a fact check. We were almost correct for 98% of the assumptions which we took and the projects which we mentioned. So I think though it is an ongoing exercise, because as I mentioned, we've already told everyone else as well that if they find discrepancies, we are here to course correct. But the presence of a good SOP and the fact that we are not, because you have a base satellite image, also you have you are doing two-way correction. Now see, Google has a satellite image, that's it, right? Nobody's correcting the wrong, you ask public, but we have the ISRO maps as well, 6-month or yearly change which is there as a fact. At the same time, you have people in ministry, state and district who can do the course correction if required while they're planning. So I think that makes a very strong case. And whenever possible, we are also trying to do this API correction or API integration. If, for example, a lot of states already have very good GIS based platform. So we have also integrated them on PM Gati Shakti rather than duplication or asking them to re-enter the information, because that's a very tedious task. You ask someone to enter the data, you will never have an updated information.
I think that will be the proof of pudding, right? It's in eating. So if you have that, get that done, I think that will be great. Sachin, getting you into a conversation, in terms of the whole multimodal, at the end of the day, you're also talking about the private sector, making those investments coming in out of this whole part of it. So are they buying into this? Do you think that the investments will be made based on these outcomes which are being put across? Are they really ready? So that's leading on from the previous question, right? So the implementation part of it and whether the money can be brought in. And here we have got Mr. Kaur anyways saying that 5 such MMLPs have already been bid out and there have been takers. and so on and so forth. So what's the take from the private sector on this part of it?
Okay, I think there are two aspects to it. Private sector investment is always, I would say, very, very selective as well as to some extent selfish, and that is the way it should be. So unless they see proof of the concept emerging on ground, the investments don't come in, and that's why we see that on a national map there is a huge disparity as far as industrialization, or particularly the private industry setting up its production units is concerned. Over a period of time, I think this disparity, though it is a little too early to say that it has already gone away, but over a period of time, I'm sure we will see that this disparity goes away, number one. Number two is that if we specifically come to the rail-based Gati Shakti terminals that we spoke about, what Mr. Gosai mentioned, as well as I think we have 4 of us on this panel who are from railways. So if we look at it from that point of view, I think it also provides an opportunity for the logistics service providers to be present in the rail terminal aspect of business. Until now, it was Indian Railways which we used to make terminals by the way of goods sheds, or the industry which used to make terminals from the point of view of the private industrial sidings. Some element of private freight terminals came in between. However, the model not supported by a state mechanism for acquisition of land for development of a terminal did suffer a lot. There were some commercial issues as well, but I think those could have been easily sorted out. But when it comes to Indian Railways offering at a fairly reduced license fee its own land for development of setting up of common user terminal by a private entity for some kind of a semi-concession kind of format, it definitely attracts a lot of investment, and I'm sure there are quite a few. In fact, we have Amit here, whose company has been one of the at the forefront as far as investment in Gati Shakti initiative of railways is concerned. So the industry is definitely moving in that direction. There is no doubt about it. The second aspect of it which comes in is that something that how do you make multimodality work? And that's why if we come to the paradox of logistics cost, and if I can extend the argument in that direction, that is what again will attract industry to road kind of format, is that India has the lowest road freight rates if you compare it in rupee terms or dollar terms or purchasing power parity terms. However, our logistics cost is the highest. Now, if we go into the details of it, I think there are two very important components to it. Is that we don't consider cost of carrying inventory as a component of logistics cost, and it is dependent on the reliability of transit time, both reduced transit time as well as reliability of transit time. And with the dedicated freight corridors coming in, the rail segment part of multimodal transport is going to result into a significantly lower transit time for a multimodal transport as compared to a road only transport. This is something which will take, it will evolve over a period of time. So it reduces your inventory on wheels, number one. Number two, it also brings in your maxima. I won't go to the minima, but maxima closer to the mean value of your transit time. That is how you increase the reliability. And the two advantages which arise out of it, which is what the industry looks at, is that it reduces your working cost capital, and it also reduces your infrastructure requirement. Because if you are there are a lot of vagaries of let's say transport time, then you need to build warehouses at production centers, you have to build warehouses at distribution centers, and as if this was not enough, you look at the logistics nightmare of operating on a road only model. You have multiple origin destination metrics on which you have to operate, something like 400 combinations that you have to work upon for a particular industry. For an industrial unit, it may be limited to about, let's say, 20 or 30. But at an industry level, it's something like 400 to 500 OD metrics. And in addition to that, you will have thousands of SKUs which will be operating in that. So you are operating with a very complex variable to deal with. The moment your reliability of your transport solution, logistics solution, which is based on the multimodal part of it, comes down, this problem actually reduces in size, and assisted by GST, it also can help the industry move from the current multi-point, what we classically call the Sandre model of logistics, to a hub and spoke model. And this is something which will definitely attract industry as well as industry's own service providers to the multimodal format. And I'm sure Gati Shakti is going to play a very important role in that.
Sure. I think we're nearly at the end of the time for this session. Mr. Reddy, any closing remarks? Then I'll open it up for any Q&A.
I'll just take it forward from where Sachin left, whether events are going to come here also, especially from DP World side. I think we are very, very excited to be in it. And our range of operations in the country almost resemble a microcosm of what we should be elsewhere, from distributing Apple products to crude steel, everything, the range of products is so. And then we are in not ports, apart from ports and terminals, we are into rail, we are coastal shipping, we are contract logistics, free trade zone, and cold chains also. So that is the entire gamut of supply chain management is coming into play in India, and in short, I think it's almost like a playground for the world global. Because again, yes, we do have positive intent, positive policy, and positive environment in the country that is really prompting us. For example, in FTWZs, we already have 3 locations, 2 million square feet, we have 5 million about 2026. Then contract logistics, we have another 2 million. We are going to go for 3 million square feet. With 10 locations, we are going to go 15 locations and 150 PODs for express logistics, where we serve 14,000 pin codes, which is going to go up to 20,000. So all these things do indicate that yes, we are very excited to be at this time in this country, and that's how about the investments from the private sector.
Sure. Thank you very much. So I've been told 2 questions and then we break for lunch. So
I have a question. Sir,
sorry. Okay.
I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, my general question, according to some technical experts, I repeat, according to some technical experts, the national and international private investors are not much more interested in PM Gati Shakti plan due to disjointed planning and lack of standardization. So what is the opinion of the experts, this panel on it?
Unless until you quote the source, we will not know the veracity of it. So
Yeah,
anyways, I don't know.
I
the platform
don't
is
know
not
that,
to
from where the comment is coming, because
the whole objective is to make it that way. So maybe you can go ahead and do that.
Yeah, so first is that I don't think we have any issue with the standardization. And you being from ISRO should understand we are using ISRO maps. Second, we haven't heard of it. Just because if you talk about the international engagements, which we have had many since past 1 year, not just that, we are also discussing this platform with our neighboring nations, friendly neighboring nations, where they have found it very interesting and something they would like to replicate. In fact, even in the GatiShakti Summit, which was held recently, all our neighboring nations were quite interested, and though they want to obviously see their digital preparedness for a similar kind of system, but whether it is the neighboring nations, whether it is the 2 biggest multinational banks, which is World Bank or ADB, who have been working with us since the starting of PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, none of them have actually come back to us with any kind of such report. So what I will say is that we haven't had any issues in this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I have got a question from this side for Mr. Gosain. As part of Gati Shakti, what you're doing for the yard remodeling, because there are a couple of capacity bottlenecks. Number 1, and what's being done to address the user industry dynamics, instance edible oil movement, because there is a high potential for movement of edible oil from western coast to the northern hinterland. So what is being done for that? And certain evolving cargo, like say scrap, paper pulp,
So I'll respond on part one of the question. The second part is commodity specific, so not be appropriate at this forum. Yeah, so what are we doing for yard remodeling? Yes, we have taken up an exercise, and that's a continuous process. But after the invent of PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, all our junction points, so wherever there is a possibility of cross movement, wherever there is a possibility of conflicting movement, or that passage issues with respect to passenger and freight movement, so we have analyzed each of these junction points, and our divisional teams and zonal teams have identified projects, what are the projects or what are the interventions required at the yard remodeling level, and we are putting up a lot of resources to improve all these constraint points, yard remodeling, what you call that in an area. We are taking up projects for bypass, we are taking up projects for rail over rail, we are taking up projects for Y connections. So number of projects are being taken up. And yes, regarding the second part, commodity specific. So we have a we have a traffic transportation directorate, and we have a functionaries who are dealing with respective commodities. So if there are any issues, we can address those. As per my knowledge, we have been carrying edible oil through our BTPN, that tank wagons. So that's it.
Good. Thank you very much. I think that's the
quick question for Jivisha.
Okay, one final, and that's about it.
So, any thoughts or plans of granting a public access to the Gati Shakti portal once, if not, the complete access, limited access, so that everybody could benefit from whatever exists? I mean, it's such a potent model that you've created.
Yes, it is in plan, and like you said, that we are working on read-only models, or giving a limited access, because as you are aware, see, it has not been a very old platform. It has been just some 2.5 years almost, and obviously the security concerns and everything, we need to be very sure of everything, which we are now. And so we already have we are internally discussing that what all can be the ways if we have to open, but we do not have a timeline with us right now. We are not. I cannot give you a timeline.
I mean, just a recommendation, even if it could be a separate entity altogether, not the portal per se. That
exactly.
Could be a very
I think that
way
will be a good
ahead.
idea. We will take note of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers. It was a very informative session. We would now request you all to join us for the lunch outside the hall, and we will reassemble in 45 minutes sharp at 2 o'clock, please. platform, integrated gateway for comprehensive logistics ecosystem and resilient supply chain. I am pleased to invite our distinguished dignitaries for this session to kindly join the dais. Ms. Ravi Kiran, Deputy Secretary, DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Mr. Anil Sial, President, Safe Express Private Limited. Mr. Ratish Trakru, Head Digital Supply Chain, SAP India Private Limited. Mr. Suvendu Chaudhary, Vice President Operations India and CEO of MISA, FedEx. May I now request the moderator of this session, Mr. Dhruv Gad, Partner PwC, to come on the dais. Over to you, Dhruv, and I'm sure you will be managing the time well and guiding the conversations towards the session objective.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dhruv Gad, a partner with PwC. I lead their transport and logistics practice. I have the onerous task of the post-lunch panel. So hope to keep all of you engaged in this panel. I think the panelists which we have today here have cover a gamut of aspects. So I am sure it's going to be a very interesting discussion. The topic itself chosen by the FICCI team is quite an interesting one, right? Very, very pertinent to the current affairs which are happening both around the globe as well as in India. So digital infrastructure and especially the unified logistics interface platform which the government is promoting quite significantly. It will be very interesting to get both sides of the view. We have, Ms. Ravi Kiran from the DPIIT and the government side to give us a perspective, and we have the various private sector players, be it on the logistics service providers, be it the industry which is being served, to give that perspective as well. So the idea would be to run this session. We have 1 hour. We will try to have a couple of rounds of panel discussion and then try and leave around 15 to 20 minutes for questions. We'll open the forum and then we can answer those questions. So that's the idea. Yeah. So without any further ado, I will just get the ball rolling. Right? I was just thinking in the morning today, right, that last 4-5 years ago at least, all of us were always very proud of the word jugaad. Okay, so as Indians, having that jugaad mindset to get things done was something which we are all proud of and still passionate about. But over the last few years, I think it's been a very interesting change, right? Not just with the private side, but also with the government, to rather than saying, how to get this done, to how best to get this done. How can we become the best in class, right? And that has been the mindset of the private sector, the hitherto entrepreneurship which is there within the Indian sector, especially in the logistics landscape. But very interesting to see that, we are seeing that similar mindset with the government as well, to say, let's not take one small step at a time. Let's talk about a big bang approach. Let's talk about a forward-looking thing. And that's what something like a ULIP represents, right? A data stack like no other where we have seen in any other country as well. How we take those kind of big leaps to be able to really become best in class. Yes, there will be roadblocks, there will be challenges, but the way to look at that traction and the way to open that up will always remain very important, right? We at PwC do an annual CEO survey of global CEOs, in which 5,000 odd CEOs talk about, and invariably every year, one of the top 2 or 3 agendas is for the CEOs: how do I reinvent my supply chain to ensure that I am part of my business models are strong, our business models are resilient. No reason why we don't see the same thing again and again, even in Indian CEOs. Resilient supply chain, use of technology are always at the forefront. And that's why, as I said, this topic is very, very pertinent, right? So yeah, without any further ado, I will like to now, start this discussion, and maybe Ms. Ravi Kiran ma'am, I'll start it off with you. It will be great to understand right now, if you could just shed some light about what ULIP is all about and how it is benefiting and not just from a government perspective, how it is bringing together the various ministries, but also how it is benefiting the private sector.
A very good afternoon to everybody. I'll just give you a brief about ULIP and where we are as on date. ULIP is Unified Logistic Interface Platform, and it was launched by our Honorable Prime Minister on 17 September 2022. So the basic idea of ULIP is to ensure that we have all the logistic related data which is available with various ministries on a single platform, with an aim to ensure the reduction in logistic cost, improvement in logistic efficiency, and bringing in the transparency. So ULIP has multiple features that I'll just walk you through. Number one, you have real-time visibility of end-to-end supply chain. So this helps you to monitor and manage and track the goods in a better way, and this helps you to make more informed decisions. We also have integrated data. When you have diverse data at one place, you can make better and faster decisions. We also have cost optimization as one of the aim. How do we do that? We have route optimization data available. We have warehousing management optimized. So all these automatically reduce the cost of the logistics. We also have data related to compliance. So we can easily verify regarding various standards and regulation related to compliance. And ULIP gives us a platform where, as per the needs of the private parties, we can customize the use cases as per the requirements. We can provide the data what they require, and they can use that data to make their own apps and use cases. And for this, we have an online portal, Go ULIP. If you go there, you have a link there which says, make request for the data. So suppose one particular private player wants some specific data, they can make a request. Once the request is received by our ULIP team, they will get in touch with the private player, and then based on multiple discussions, they will freeze the requirements which they need for the data. And based on that requirements, they will finalize and sign an NDA between the ULIP team and the third party. So once the NDA is signed, we provide the data to them, and based on that specific data, they can have their own apps developed, their own use cases developed. So I'll just give you a number. I have a cheat sheet for the numbers. As on date, we have 36 systems belonging to 8 ministry departments through 114 APIs, covering around 1800 plus fields, and we have freight operation information system, that is FOIS, Vahan, which has tax info, vehicle fitness information, FASTags, that has toll plaza related details, air cargo community system, GSTN, and Sarathi, which has permit related details. All these are integrated on ULIP. Some of the major industry players we have is like Maruti Suzuki, Tata Steel, we have DHL, we have Ultratech Cement, we have Safe Express. And just to give you an overlook of how do these different players use this portal. For example, Ultratech Cement, they have tens of thousands of courier vehicles all over the country. And they have third-party transporters who are providing them these vehicles. So after the integration with ULIP, they can instantly see what vehicle and what driver is following what all compliances. So this is the use that we have of ULIP. We have also another third party, that is Cargo Sarathi, which is insurance settlement agency with logistics sector. So they have moved into digital settlement, digital evidence, and they are going paperless over the time. So I can say government is very much interested to bring in more and more private parties on the ULIP. We are there to help you, to bring you on board, and ULIP has got immense potential. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving a bit of brief about what ULIP is all about, and very interesting to know that, aspects like GST and which were long awaited are also now part of that. Now, I would like to, you mentioned that many of the players on the private side are already part of it. And Mr. Sial, I'll probably come to you, right, from a Safe Express perspective, because you are also on the user side of it.
Yep.
But before, we talk about specifics, it will be also good from a private side perspective to get an insight about how private sector is actually seeing these kind of initiatives like impact the overall logistics.
As Ms. Ravikiran mentioned, while this this policy action, this ULIP Go ULIP portal is rather new, it hasn't, to my mind, it hasn't really reached its full potential. I was to consider this because there's not enough I can say about it. There's a tremendous amount of potential within it. To be specific, I think there's one level of benefit that Go ULIP does, which at a very overarching level you will find the most beneficial, and that is the transparency that it brings. Amongst so many other use cases, if you'll consider discussing, there's one element which Go ULIP brings to all the logistics players or stakeholders, including service providers, including service users or logistics users, and that's transparency. Whether it is container moving from ports, whether it is air cargo at the airports, whether it is containers or cargo at the roads, on the roads, these are all very critical level of transparency, which at a ground level was unavailable because of the interagency blockouts or silos that it was operating on. So technologically, I think bringing them into a single platform has been the most crucial benefit that the logistics industry can benefit out of this. On the other advantage of the use cases, there's some that Ms. Kiran mentioned. I can tell you a couple about what Safe Express uses it for. We've integrated one of the integration capabilities of Vahan. Vahan, I'm sure if everybody is aware of, is a portal which allows information about vehicle level. At Safe Express, we run close to about 10,700 plus vehicles across India. So that you can appreciate is a very large number of vehicles on the road, and we have our own SOPs to stay up to date on variety of aspects of these vehicles. But with Vahan and with this integration through ULIP, it has now become more completely integrated, and more importantly very easy or instant for us to be able to get that information. Things like whether the vehicle has lost its insurance, whether its insurance is expired, whether its fitness is expired or expiring. We don't want to put any truck on the road of whose fitness is going to expire in a couple of days or has already expired and such. So as soon as we are trying to load a vehicle, it automatically is either allowing or disallowing us to not load the vehicle in case it is unfit for the road or unroadworthy in any sense. Another of the integration that we've been using, and that has not really reached full numbers yet, but it is due to happen soon. But we've already integrated that, and that is Sarthi. So of course, as you can understand and appreciate, close to about 10,500 vehicles requires more than about 15,000 to 17,000 drivers on the road. And the moment we load any vehicle, or the moment we are in the process of shipping out any vehicle or sending out any vehicle on the road, we upload the information, or we capture the information of the driver who's supposed to take the vehicle on the road. And this automatically, the integration with Sarthi automatically checks the driver's
antecedents in case there is any criminal activity, any negativity, whether the driving license itself is original or not. It kind of tells you instantly. And imagine that, I'm not sure if anybody can understand the potency of how critical this can become. Millions and millions of rupees worth of your cargo is on the road in a truck, not only ours but otherwise. So if a logistics player has utilized this integration, it's kind of very, very revolutionary in its own manner. The third aspect of a use case that we've done, activated, again very recent in that part also, and that is a FASTag. Incidentally, this is something that GPS based tracking is something that we've been kind of prone of. Any other logistics player here will tell you that. We've been dabbling around GPS based tracking for the last 25 plus years now. And the way FASTag is changing, your e-way bill is integrated to the vehicle. The vehicle is integrated to the FASTag, and any FASTag or the truck which is crossing any national highway toll booth will instantly update vice versa their entire set of information back into your e-way bill. So imagine this, that if you were a shipper and you were simply going online and checking, okay, where is my e-way bill, which virtually is your shipment, you can instantly now know where your cargo is at this moment. And you do not have to talk to your transporters in any manner. For a moment, seeing the panel, I don't see any trucker, and I'm not sure how many truckers are there in this conference hall. But I tell you, from the transporters side, we truckers are, prone to giving some of the wackiest excuses as to where your consignment is. The number of bridge collapses, the number of river overflows, the number of tire punctures that we've done will, tell you where your cargo is at any moment in time. The moment you breach this and straight away go directly to tracking where your cargo is, hands off, it is one of the most revolutionary things. And so in my sense, from my take is that, my sense is that transparency is the most critical part of GoUlip, which is, which has to be revered in that sense of the word. That's what I'd say.
No, thanks, Mr. Syal. I think, just to put to light, what exactly, when you talk about use cases and how actually industry is using them. And as you very rightly said, right, I think it's something which is new. Industry is understanding, people are understanding how to use it. But that step one of seeing use cases around transparency at least are there. You talked about the near real-time visibility with FASTag, and those are the next level of use cases which will start coming in as things move along. But you can already see, the industry use some of those aspects. Very interesting. On this, I'll also bring in Mr. Trakru. From your perspective, it's about, whenever you talk about any of these new systems coming on board, right? Organizations internally have been using multiple various systems which exist, right? Whether it's SAP, ERP systems, etc. How you are seeing the industry, the manufacturing and the industry adapt to this changing environment where there's a larger ecosystem in play, where you can access much more beyond what your firm is doing?
Thank you, Drew, for that question. I will answer this in two segments. One is the segment view of the industry, and the second is the industry view of all of it. So from a segment, if I can classify, the top 1800 to 2000 customers in India form what is called the large enterprises. These are in some way or the else have some ERPs, have some systems in place, have some logistic solutions, have some solutions on what they want to do, transportation and all that planning parts. So they are the best suited and ready to adopt solutions like ULIP, which the government is probably pushing forward to them. And it's a natural fitment from them, and they are obviously getting on the bandwagon. That's what ma'am mentioned. Some companies have already started. The rest of them are already planning that part. The second bucket constitutes the mid segment, which is about 5 to 8,000 customers in India, the mid segment. These are what is the new wave China +1, the India growth strategy plan, the Make in India business, which are growing again over there. And they also see a large need to have collaboration, growing sustainability efficiently moving forward. And they are also ready to have and consume these informations. The last bucket, which is probably there, is the small and medium businesses. That comes under what SAP is probably calling as the Global Bharat Initiative, where we are working with a lot of these organizations, getting them to understand why they should automate, why they should have systems, why they should move forward. And these are the next people who will probably, again, log into the systems, networks, and then utilize solutions like ULIP. Apart from this, I can say there is another segment which is called the startups and the digital natives, net news, and all those ones. They are completely led by tech. So for them, getting adoption around ULIPs and all is a natural fitment. They thrive on these things, and that's where synergies are very clear for them, and they will obviously easily adopt these parts. So that is probably the segment view. Maybe giving you another perspective, the industry view across process and discrete industries. Freight spend, logistics spends across process companies like pharma, chemicals, retail, is approximately 7 to 10 to 12% approximately in the industry in India. For them to be competitive, it's important to ensure that they reduce the spend, and that's where getting visibility, getting understanding, getting newer spot agreements, getting all these things around the ULIP piece, visibility parts are extremely critical. While the challenge is interesting for process, for discrete it's really, really large. The freight spend varies from 13 to 25% for companies like cement, steel, all of them like ma'am also mentioned. So they need to obviously grow efficiently. The freight spend is really large, and a large part of India's GDP part which they want to reduce will obviously come with operational efficiencies around that space. So them adopting this will be a very interesting and good initiative, because they will want to obviously see much more efficiencies around that space.
No, that gives a good perspective of in terms of the segments and yes, the user profile, and in fact for ultimately the type of use cases which each of these industries will see will actually be quite different. So as you go along, and I think this also food for thought for both the private side as well as for the government to say that it's not just about thinking about the use cases for say one set of industry or one type of segment, but as you evolve, I think the multiple segments will at least generate different requirements, which will of course, right. So now coming to Mr. Chaudhary, to you, right, as well. FedEx again, on the other side where they have seen companies like you have been at the forefront of using logistics and automation together, right? How do you see that landscape changing in India specifically, with these, whether it's automation, whether it's track and trace, both with government initiatives as well as with private sector?
Okay. Thank you, Dhruv, and great to be with the thought leaders here on this. Thank you. I think so I've been in FedEx for about 22 years now, and FedEx is a 3-year-old company now. The evolution of express transportation or integration, as it's called, the fastest mode of transport, which commits delivery from point to point or one country to another, door to door in 48 hours, is something that was envisioned here. It's a startup in 1974 which said that we can overnight deliver packages. So that's where it started. So it's the transportation part of linking A to B was one part of it. But coming to the core subject of what you just asked, Dhruv, I think there is a big layer of technology which has come up on top of it, absolutely. And that has happened because of the emergence of the e-commerce industry. The expectation you said about global versus Indian customers, I think the expectation is absolutely the same. You can see everybody is an e-commerce customer sitting in this amongst us, and you ask for the expectation of customers. They'll need speed, they'll need visibility, they need transparency, they need custom clearance which is uninterrupted, less paperwork, anything that anybody else express kind of wants across the world. So I think the task on us, given that the regulatory framework that we have is not at a global level. You can't compare it with countries like United States or Singapore, where you have you are the import of a package is as free as the export. Luckily for us, the export has been a very, very what should I say, it's a very transparent process. Import has been driven by paperwork, driven by duties and taxes, which is of course very very important for the country. But what is further important is the procedures around the documentation and the systems around it. But the good and the positive side is because of EDI, your import actually, and that's where I'm coming to the point I wanted to highlight, was this has become completely automated. You don't need paperwork to clear an import shipment, which is fantastic, absolutely. So, and export, you need one paper. Yeah, and I've been talking to, ministries saying that why do you require that one paper? If you go completely paperless, it becomes so much easier for us, right? So, so the need for digital shipping becomes very, very important for us to talk about the growth in trade. When today's session opened, Secretary ma'am was talking about the growth that you're going to deliver. Now the growth relies, in my opinion, on three things. First is your physical infrastructure. So is your airports, your ports, your road. Anil spoke about the vehicles, all these, the road, the infrastructure. Is it really, is it going to, is it in the right state that it can sustain that kind of growth that we are talking about? So in air, for example, we are 3.1 million metric tons. We are expected to do 10 million in 5 years. So, which means that, can you imagine that the size of the airports, the cargo that you have to afford, the number of airlines, no doubt that, everybody else is ordering 500 aircrafts, because that that kind of growth will require this, right? So I think we're in a very exciting space, no doubt about it. But the physical infrastructure, the digital infrastructure, I would say, banking on ULIP, which ma'am Ravikiran just spoke about, we have to bank on that, because it's the customer who wants that visibility. That's the important part, because they want to be in that game of knowing what happened to that package, at what stage it is, and who is intervening at what stage to facilitate, so something is not stuck. So that part is very important. And then the third is, how can we ease the regulatory framework so that the goods can flow in and out very easily. Today, if you look at it in India, we only look at export and import which pertains to India. If you look at countries which has developed, they handle a large part of their economy is third country. They have got nothing to do with consumption of the export and import. It's got to do with transportation of that export and import. And that is the leveraging growth factor. And India is so well geographically located that you can actually look at growth of all other countries in and around you. You can be the global super hub for Southeast Asia and large part of the world. I think that's where our real growth is sitting there, and that's what is going to prop us to that growth. Back to you, Dhruv.
Thanks, Mr. Chaudhary. I think you raised a very interesting point, that it's not just when you talk about digital infrastructure, it has to go hand in hand with the physical infrastructure, right? And the growth story which we are talking about, both from the demand side and supply side, will require both these things to go hand in hand. And ma'am, maybe at behest of that, let me come to you, because we do understand that there are initiatives like ULIP which are on the digital side, but there are much larger programs like the session which we are overall session which we're talking about is the PM Gati Shakti program, right? It'll be very interesting to get your perspective on how these programs, large programs, are marrying together to kind of dovetail that vision which Mr. Chaudhary talked about.
Well, PM Gati Shakti is very close to our heart. So again, to give you a background of PM Gati Shakti, it was launched on 13th October 2021 by our Honorable Prime Minister. And the aim is to, plan a multimodal infrastructure in a holistic way. It is a whole of government approach where all the ministries, they are coming on the same platform and they are working in integration mode, and they are not working in silos where, rail is making their own projects and road is making their own projects, and they are not at all communicating with each other. So this is a very dynamic, transformative approach. And if you see, we have crossed the 2 years mark since PM Gati Shakti has launched, and we have onboarded around 8 infrastructure ministries, 22 social sector ministries and departments, and 13 economic ministries and departments. So when I say holistic approach, I mean all the 8 infrastructure ministries, whenever there is a project, they communicate to each other and they try to see what all, in an integrated approach can be achieved, which is not possible when a single ministry is working on A to B, and, on A to B, there's another ministry who's working on some infrastructure development. So that redundancy of infrastructure can be removed when all these ministries are communicating. So the basic idea behind this is to ensure multimodal infrastructure is in place, and we are also handling last and first mile connectivity issues. If you see, there would be a road from A to B, but there will be a stretch for B to C which is hardly 1 to 2 kilometer, but if that is made, it will be connecting to the nearest port. So all those things are taken care of. Then the main important thing, we have to ensure seamless movement of goods and couriers. So as on date, we have around 1400 data layers available on this portal. It is a GIS based portal. So we have 1400 plus data layers. When I say data layers, it means various type of information. For example, Morth will have national highways data map, railways will have all the stations mapped, civil aviation will have their airports mapped. All these data, when you have available on one platform, you can just imagine the potential if you have all these data on one platform and you can use it for planning the infrastructure. If I say, since the launch of PM Gati Shakti, we have seen multi-fold advantages. Just to give you an idea about the information that we have all the land records on the portal. We have forest data, we have warehouse related data there, we have railroad networks. When you have all these data at the planning stage, when you know what land record are involved and what land acquisition is needed, when you know, okay, this forest clearance is needed in advance at planning stage, not after the project is sanctioned and then you start to know, okay, this land was required, who's the owner. So all information when you have available at the planning stage, it makes the work faster, better, easier. To give you a idea of the impact that PM Gati Shakti has. Initially, before PM Gati Shakti, Ministry of Road Transport and Highway used to take 6 months to create their feasibility report before they start a project. Now they are able to do within a month after launch of this portal. So you are saving on resources overall. So if I say PM Gati Shakti and ULIP, PM Gati, I'll just add a couple of few more features of PM Gati Shakti before I move to ULIP. We have also started working on social sector area. Now we have, all the Anganwadis, we have schools, we have skill centers. We are planning all your location and all where to put those over the PM Gati Shakti portal. So it is a big achievement. So PM Gati Shakti is also being used for, as I told, finding out the gaps, infrastructure gaps. These can be any type of gaps, even if you don't have a school in the radius of 10 kilometers, that is an infrastructure gap. If you don't have a road from A to B, and that is crucial for logistics or, movement of the people, or it is already overburdened, you need to make a new infrastructure. So all these things are taken care from PM Gati Shakti. So if if we have all this logistic related infrastructure taken care of at planning stage, you are in a turn, saving the logistic cost. You are bringing up the efficiency of logistics. So ULIP and PM Gati Shakti are completely integrated. If you see the data that we have available on ULIP, we can make out which path logistic they require new infrastructure. We share some data layers with ULIP as well. We have data layers related to warehouse. We have data layers related to national highway available on ULIP, which ULIP is using to, analyze where is the bottleneck as far infrastructure is concerned. So when you have that kind of integration, it is easier to planning both way. Even we utilize ULIP's data, where all are the corridors, where are the warehouses, do we need an infrastructure there, all these are taken care of. So it is a mutual beneficial platform for us. ULIP is using the data that we have, and we are using the data that ULIP has to ensure the coming infrastructure is as per the requirement and there is no redundancy there. So as the tagline of ULIP says, redefining logistics, that is the plan. So ULIP and PM Gati Shakti complement each other. That's what I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. And as you rightly said, right, I think there's a lot of initiatives which are right now being done by both by government and private to redefine logistics and transport, right? And again, maybe Mr. Siala, let me come to you, right? In this changing set of environment, right? I mean, you talked about already you are using multiple such use cases. But when you talk about there are changes in terms of the physical infrastructure, the way the planning is happening, that these new technologies are coming in. How are you seeing your companies like say adapt to this changing environment, right? Whether it's from a skilling perspective, whether it is from because the way the planning was done 5 years back versus what it is being done today is very different, right? So how do you see firms like your adapt to this entire changing?
When you say planning, you meant the policy
yeah,
planning,
I mean,
or safe expresses?
So I mean, what I'm saying is that at an overall level, right, the way the infrastructure is being planned today, multimodality is there, right? I mean, it wasn't such multimodal networks were not possible maybe some years back. Now there are plans across that. There is so around all of those aspects, how you are looking at it.
So for a minute, just let me take a step back. See, one of the critical things that we do, if I was to speak from the Safe Express standpoint, we are basically reflective of the economic action on the ground from corporates. So we are carriers of goods on a B2B level from one part of the country to another. We are a domestic service player. So in that stretch, we are basically representing what my customers are, right? So carrying goods from one part of the country to another. I'm not dependent as an organization. Our dependence is very little on how governments, some of the policy actions will change the way we will plan. My plan is more related to what my customers are. From the policy action standpoint, either they are statutory in nature, so then there is a compliance complement, or there are supplementary policy actions. So I see some of these actions that have happened from the government side more supplementary or supportive, which is how I believe they should have been, and thankfully they are, that they are supplementary to what we execute on the ground. So even taking a further step back towards, say, maybe GST, since there was a mention about GST and integration also. So GST was something which in my view, was a piece of seminal, policy action that happened in 2017, which changed the way logistics planning and logistics execution has been happening since then. Gati Shakti, while if you look at the you may have noted the original national master plan for, I think it was called multimodal infrastructure planning, but I just kind of glanced through the couple of compendiums that the government themselves have printed, and they've kind of removed that part of multimodal infrastructure, because now as Ms. Kiran already mentioned, the execution, or rather the use of Gati Shakti has now moved, while within the last couple of years itself, it has actually moved much more broader and bigger to many more infrastructural ministries and institutions. And whether it is Anganwadis, whether it is disaster management, whether it is schools planning and such. And these are now, so now it is, I think, socio-economic infrastructure planning and not just the infrastructure alone. I think the meaning for a policy action of this nature, or policy move of this nature, now has got broadened much bigger. ULIP, on the other hand, specifically remains a logistics platform, unless there is some plan to expand it further. I'm not sure, but currently that seems to be moving in the right direction of transparency in the logistics domain. But to answer your question specifically, these policy actions are removing impediments from the logistics issues and concerns that we had. And the result of that is also seen. World Bank has a logistics index for each country. We've moved up many notches. Now we are at 38. and there is a very clear, crystal clear game plan to bring India in the top 25. So these are the nature of actions that will get us there. This is not Safe Express driven, and this is not an organization driven. This is far more demographic level. So it kind of changes the way we as Indians do business, and that's the greatness about these policy actions. Quite often, some of the policy actions actually, are very localized or very regionalized. What I like about these actions are these are very demographic. They kind of span right from Arunachal Pradesh to Gujarat, from Jammu Kashmir to Kerala. So there is a very wide impact of this possible. Then there also possibility of kind of micro localizing them to any state which is trying to use them for their own need. The one thing which I would like to see, if I can create a wish list here, since I have the privilege of a panel member from the government. I'm not sure, if everybody realizes, but the e-way bills that we generate while we are, creating operations of movement of goods from one part of the country to another. Now, all that e-way bill data is part of the GSTN information within the system available. Now, imagine this, because ultimately, what has been happening, if you've appreciated what Ms. Kiran earlier mentioned, all those 1400 layers, they provide you with information from each of the actual ground level infrastructure availability. Now, if you were planning, you can use those GIS based information to do that. Now, I would like to give you an imagination of saying, why not think of it as to what part of those availability of information prods you to take some infrastructure planning action. So that is where my example was. So take for an example that if we had if the government can utilize the e-way bill movement as a layer. There are close to about 11 million e-way bills which are which are produced every month, and they create a pattern. If those are creating a pattern on a national map, now imagine what will happen. What Gati Shakti or any ministry what a morph would look at, right? Okay, this is where all the action is. This is where the goods are moving. Why don't I create more infrastructure there? Why don't I create some removes the impediments that are there, or focus where the action is, and so on and so forth. I'm not trying to be prescriptive here, but I'm just trying to kind of be a little more imaginative as to where these things can lead to.
And maybe I'll come back to you, I think, during the question answer to on to that as well. But yeah, I think the point well noted, and I think moving from a national master plan to a more dynamic planning is what you are referring to, right? So that I can use more data to actually use that, not just the static layers, but also have dynamic data moving on it to plan better. Like a typical small transport model which we have, and do it at a national level digital twin, if I may call it, something of that. Absolutely. So, Mr. Suvendu, I mean, let me come to you also. Maybe just again for the audience here to get give one example of being a little more specific in terms of, say, last mile logistics has been a key area when we talk about logistics, city logistics, etc. That's one area which has seen a lot of technology change. We are all, I think, used to the 10-minute delivery, but how has automation really helped this whole journey, and how do you see these various aspects evolving, whether it's from the private side or the government?
Yeah, I think my thoughts takes me back to e-commerce, because the most challenging aspects of deliveries came from there. And there was, if you look 5-6 years back, you see there was a villain in that whole scenario, which is how do you pay, right? Cash movement was such a big element. we all used to have branch reconciliation was such a terrific issue. A branch has 2 crore cash. What are you going to do with that? So I think the hero is UPI. Honestly, today the whole, this headache of how do you want to pay has gone completely out of discussions, I would say, and that has really helped to grow this business exponentially. And the growth that you are seeing in last mile deliveries is practically driven by huge amount of e-commerce inflow and purchasing that is happening in this large country. Needless to say, with your Airtel and Jio and the expansion of these networks, 4G now 5G into the smallest of places in India, that has revolutionized the way that you purchase. Now these are something that all of us know, and this is how commerce is driven, right? Now the point is, how did companies like Safe Express, something like FedEx or others in this business, how do you match that speed of growth that you're saying? So are you like committing 15 days delivery to customers because they are in remote places? Or are you doing something really differently? And that's where I feel that we're not there as where we need to be, because this the industry always felt the need for a multimodal transportation. There is no, in a vast country like India, and where you have road cannot reach everywhere. There are faster modes of reaching to a place, which is by waterways. And then how do you integrate all these areas? And the biggest element that I spoke earlier was, if you're doing all these, how does the information flow happen? How does a customer know where is my package? Right? So at the end of the day, that's going to be most important. I think Anil covered it very, very nicely, saying transporters have various reasons to say where your truck is or where your material is. Now all that is things of the past, because that the information in the package is as important as the package itself. This Fred Smith in 1974, who's our founder of FedEx, he said that the technology is going to be so important for business, for transportation, that information about the package is as important as the package itself. So I think we are living that area now, thanks to things like National Logistics Policy, the ULIP, where we are really seeing that each of the APIs, and I'll give you a very fantastic example of how. So you connect, so as importers and exporters, service providers on the international side, whether you are a freight forwarder or whether you are an airline, for clearance you have to connect into IceGate and ECCS, right? So these are the two primary. Now I see that the flow of information that in US, when a package is manifested, which is about 48 hours before a shipment which is delivered in India, that information flow, the moment a customer generates an ever bill, in our business customers generate everything, right? They generate an ever bill, that information I can feed into the clearance system 48 hours in advance. So there is no, I'm not doing it when my aircraft arrives into India, I'm doing it much before this. Now what it does, it sends a, it gives everybody that space and time which is required to complete the transaction. And that is a reason why, you see in India, on arrival clearance was, if you spoke about 10 years back, you will see that was less than 40-50%. Today that number is upwards of 80%, which means when the package arrives, it's already custom cleared. Now this is the power of real information, and this is the change that is being driven for export and import growth. Yeah, so I think these are the examples that come to me straight away, because this is making a mass impact on those on the pickup and delivery part. We are last mile connect. I know your question was more on the last mile part. I think the whole the paper, it's become completely paperless now, because most information is in the courier's hands, because he handles a phone which has all the information which is required for completing the delivery or generating generating the security codes which is required for us for a delivery of an important consignment. You can do this, but there's one point that I think we need to, as an industry, we have to think through, and ma'am, you have to kind of lead this, is the concept of KYC. Yeah, why is it that when Anil, if Dhruv, you are a customer, when you ship, Anil has to do a separate KYC and I have to do a separate KYC. Why is it required? The customer is the same, right? So why is it that we can't have a unified portal from where if the customer has shipped even once, I can pick up his KYC and use it, because that's what the customer is asking for. I think these are some of the things that we have to go. If all problems are solved, then we are not required, right? So we need to solve some of the problems which are there. I think these are great opportunities and great progress that the government is pushing to make on transparency and visibility, and this is going to go miles in our development. So thank you for the.
No, thanks, Mr. Chaudhary. And very quickly coming to you, Mr. Chakru, and then we want to leave some time for the question answers as well. Right? I think Mr. Chaudhary, like for example, talked about information about the package being as important as the package, right? And companies like you are actually, doing that back-end systems of making it sure that those information and communications are happening. How have you looked at the evolution of our industry to basically cater to this changing demands and things?
Can I, before you go, can I give an example about SAP? And it comes to me straight away. About 15 years back, in the customers who were in SAP could connect into a FedEx system straight away. 15 years back, not today, which means the transparency that you're looking for, I can give you end to end. So a customer generating an invoice can be visible in a FedEx system, right? Straight away, correct? Absolutely. 15 years back, not today. So this is the kind of growth that we have seen overall. Thanks. Sorry. No, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Savendu. So no. So that was one of the points. So SAP, and maybe just building on that point, SAP has been strongly focusing on localization for India. You could call it accounting standards, you could call it GSTN, and also for ULIP. So we've already started getting involved from the labs team with the entire ULIP team to develop entire interfaces, how that can work together, and put our part of how a reporting system, a finance system in the backend can enable and absorb that data. So for organizations who already have SAP and stuff like that, ERP software, there is interfaces that we've developed so that they can connect to the entire ULIP system, take all that information, and then probably absorb it. There are a second category of customers who probably also want to do planning based on what is available to them. So from logistics planning point of view, we have again a lot of things around solutions around transportation management, where anybody who wants to do a shipment can now probably look at considering multimodal options. Initially, that would have not been considered. Road was obviously the most preferred always, but now the Sagarmala, with the air freight, with voice, with road, with all of that entire together, with that entire information, you can do planning for shipments across multimodal, across India, multi-pick, multi-drop, and those solutions are available. We have also developed APIs to connect to the systems so they can pull out data and do that stuff. Also, from an logistics execution perspective and an inclusion point of view, SAP is what they've done is created a business network for logistics. Now this is very interesting because what we're trying to say is that everybody cannot reach out to everybody, and we are creating a marketplace for single 2 truck, 5 truck, 20 truck, even large logistics players, so that you can come to a central place. I as a customer can see all the marketplace over there and create some kind of logistics marketplace also. You can see what you want, choose, because discovery of newer vendors, spot purchases of logistics requirements, all that is also becoming critical. In that, we have also stuff around freight settlement, dock assignments, all that part is all available in that thing. So you can do it for customers also. So while there is a lot of, I can see them smiling, they will also be having similar stuff. But yeah, that's what is also available from SAP from a logistics network point of view. And one more thing we realized it when we probably see that we bring global best practices into India, we see a lot of it is related to sustainability and carbon reporting and accounting. Globally, scope 3 emissions, logistics is one of the biggest factor in scope 3 emissions. And how to control that, how to have proper visibility of a scope 3 emissions in the West is probably, this could be the starting foundation of actually recording them and then probably recording how to manage it. And this is critical because CBAM is one of the things where EU and US have put regulations saying that cement, steel coming in from any country needs to say that how much carbon footprint was utilized for it. First, the reporting part is started from July 2023. Jan 24 onwards, they're kind of making all that part regulatory, mandatory for reporting, all of that stuff. And by 26, they're saying that they will start taking actions on how much carbon reporting will happen. So it's just a matter of time that all our exports will eventually probably have to go through the entire cycle. And all this is available as part of the SAP in the back end over there. You incorporate all of this. The latest solution that we have right now, we are also doing what is called as green accounting and green ledger. So while you produce your entire thing, scope 1, 2, 3, all your emissions, everything, logistics, spend, everything will get calculated, and you will get a carbon footprint of what your entire thing is. First thing is obviously carbon accounting, then you will be reporting like we are doing it in India. And the third, eventually what will happen is carbon settlement, carbon trading and all that stuff in the near future. So exciting things to come, but we are already participating with all the global partners in India and everybody else to do whatever we can in the space.
Rightly said, exciting times. I think hopefully this this panel discussion today kind of shed light on the newer areas of what is happening in the logistics, especially on the digital front, both from the government side as well as the way the private entrepreneur spirit is looking at the sector as well. And also I think some very interesting points to note in terms of this is always work in progress and what can be done, keep moving further in that direction. We still have few minutes and hopefully we get another couple of minutes, but now we like to open for questions.
One of the speakers mentioned that India can become the global hub for Southeast Asia. Perhaps one of the milestones would be for the imports and exports to become completely paperless. Can somebody tell us what is the position? When do we hope to achieve that?
So maybe Mr. Suvendu, I'll come to you because I think you talked about it and already I think there's a lot of progress on that front.
No, I agree. So first of all, thanks for the question. So I think to make it completely paperless, the journey has, the journey across, I'm sure you have experienced that as well, has, like I said earlier, imports was the most paper-laden activity which is there. But today, if you look at, because of EDI, it's gone completely. On the cargo clearance side and shipping, I believe that there could be some papers still required for that, but express, it doesn't require. So that journey has to be covered. So I agree with you. It is tied to growth. It is tied to growth and how exporters from other countries perceive complexity of clearances and other regulation for us. I think that's a very important part which is there. The other part is definitely the benefits that the government provides is a support to exporters and importers, but it has its own complexities in form of licenses that a customer will have to provide or note for every transaction that you do and want to qualify for that. So there are definitely opportunities there, but I think there are great progress made, because today your license is registered practically across India. You don't have to have a port as a particular port to trade with only if you have a license. So I think there are ways in which this is becoming very, very easy for people to trade. And then on the exporting side, I really believe that there's tons of progress and ease of doing business has happened from the change in regulation. One thing that if you are a part of the trade and commerce in a very big way, and I spoke about how India can become a global hub, one of the policies that needs to change is known as transshipment, which is where a transshipment in any part of the world should take between 60 to 90 minutes. In India, a transshipment can take up to 12 hours. So, which means that when does transshipment happen? When you handle a third country shipment and you want to send it somewhere else to destination, and India is just like a transiting location. Now, to facilitate this, which means that just from an aircraft perspective, one aircraft comes and the other one is waiting, right, to take that and go into another part of the world. Now, it cannot wait for 12 hours. For that to be facilitated, a concept of tail-to-tail transfer needs to happen, which means that one tail can go to another tail within a very limited period of time. And that has exponential growth capacity, from business front as far as India is concerned. So very well positioned, I think, and some of the few changes can actually shoot our growth rate. Is the way that I see us in a place where we are standing. That's where we are. But thanks for the question, sir.
I'm not an exam man, but let me, as a student of logistics, I'll give you some other perspective of what Suvendu already mentioned. Firstly, there is this somewhat of a misconception that it is paper which is holding you back. Ultimately, imagine how much can a paper hold you back? Can't. Any transaction which is happening from one part of the country to another or from one country to another, there is a layer which is movement of goods itself, and then there is the B layer which is the movement of the documentation. When it is on a domestic platform or on a domestic movement, it is India's federal structure where one state and another state may have different regulations, and hence some passing on of information requires some amount of paper. Back in the day, 10 years back, not very many long years back, before GST, we used to have these checkposts, commercial tax checkposts, which would, kind of stamp one or the other invoice copy, and different states had different forms and whatnots. A similar structure, when you extrapolate it to various countries, is our ports or our custom houses act like those checkposts where different regulations of different countries, you're basically crossing or checking those documents. So it's not that physical document. If I was to use that example of GST itself, it was not the removal of document or paperwork which changed all that. The digitalization of the one nation, one tax, which was GST, kind of completely removed that obligation out of the system. So the country itself became one as one taxable nation, and that checkpost and everything is now gone. You can actually do away with a GSTN waybill or a GSTN invoice, and you have a countrywide movement, free movement of goods. If you imagine something similar, now what government and policy action can do is somewhat similar to that. An ice gate integrated to a ULIP, to an exporter or an importer clearing their goods is virtually doing exactly that. The limitations are coming from intergovernmental exchange of or harmonization of goods identification or harmonization of goods classification and so on and so forth. Once various countries have harmonized their regulations, their taxation system, as well as their documentation, this will automatically happen. Whether in India we've been able to kind of rise up to that level, I would say to a very large extent we have, because all our border posts have now become completely digital in that level, because that is the prerequisite of being able to kind of converge with everybody. As Suinder mentioned, this is already being done in the express system. So if you were moving goods in an express methodology from, say, a Singapore to India or a Thailand to India, or from an India to Malaysia, you would have a paperless regime moving all through. So it's not impossible to imagine that it will happen. The one thing which I wanted to really pitch in here, that the problem isn't India. It is intergovernmental concerns which are there. So it's both governments. It's not the India alone.
Can we have Ms. Kiran to say something? Because if the problem is with the government, then she should be able to put it across.
Maybe if you can just, I think two panelists have responded, sir, to this. Maybe you can take that offline. Maybe you can have one more question on that, because I think two people have already responded to that. Yes, we can probably take. I'm told we can take one more question. So okay, we can.
My name is S.N. Sharma. I am Chief Mentor, Gati Shakti Trust. I have a concern for the MSME sector, who are supplying 40% of their component supply to the larger manufacturers. And there is always a pressure, it's a tactic by the large manufacturer to increase their profit at the cost of the small manufacturer, in the garb of logistic cost, technology cost, delay, and they force the small manufacturer that you locate your unit, manufacture nearby our unit. वो दिल्ली का यूनिट, आई नो वन एग्जांपल इन कुंडली एंड हरियाणा, one manufacturer, small manufacturer with 20 crore turnover, and his clients are all light good manufacturer and pharmaceutical industry. They force that factory कि आप एक फैक्ट्री देहरादून में लगा दो क्योंकि हमारी फैक्ट्रियां वहां पर हैं. आपको कहे शर्मा कल ये 5,000 भेज देना, फटाफट आप भेज देना. इंस्टेड आप अपनी प्लानिंग करें फ्यूचर क्या चाहिए, एंड देन दे फोर्स. गुजरात में जो लॉबी है ये अपना फार्मेसी, एक वहाँ अहमदाबाद में फैक्ट्री लगाना पड़ा. इसका जो प्रॉफिट है ये तो डाउन हो गया, क्लोजर के लैब, और उनका वो बढ़ गया. मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है कि सारी डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी, आपका लॉजिस्टिक कार्ड को हम कम करने की बात कर रहे हैं, तो इसमें ऐसा कोऑर्डिनेशन क्यों नहीं होना चाहिए कि वो जैसे अभी खरगोदा में मारुति प्लांट लग रहा है 1 मिलियन का, तो वहाँ मारुति को तो लैंड आपने गवर्नमेंट ने सस्ती दे दी, और दूसरे जो लैंड ग्रैबर हैं अब वो महंगे के ऊपर, उसका कोई प्लानिंग नहीं किया कि मारुति के कितने वेंडर होंगे, कितनी एंसी इंडस्ट्री होगी, उनको भी जमीन दी जाए ताकि वो वही मैन्युफैक्चर का, उनको लॉजिस्टिक कास्ट से कम होगी. इसमें मेरा बड़ा लार्जेस्ट सवाल है, ये लाखों इसमें छोटे उद्योग जुड़े हुए हैं जिसकी कोई बात करता नहीं है.
So, sir, if I were to rephrase, okay, from an MSME perspective, whether it is land parcels, etc., and sir, I mean, just to, before someone comes and answers, globally भी, there is always an anchor customer जिसके आसपास वो पूरी development होती है. But I think the question, ma'am, is more on saying, how are these initiatives supporting also, I think, whether it's Gati Shakti, etc., on the MSME, what are the kind of impacts, maybe we can put it in that light and
As for your question, what you have described, it is not a government level issue directly. It is the way these big industries, if I may say, are exploiting the smaller suppliers. So as far government is concerned, if you see the overall objective to provide all these digital platforms and transparency, we are open not just to the big players, we are open to even the, as you said, small player, MSME. We have multiple policies, multiple initiatives just for these small players. And somehow I feel these small players also fall for that track, looking after what is more profitable for them. But as far government is concerned, it is neutral, and rather it is more open to MSMEs. We have multiple policies. I won't be able to comment on specifically that, but I can assure you, like the government's most important thing is to bring in the smaller players, give them all the opportunities to grow. So the issue that you have put up is, it is more of the exploitation, which is, if I may say, felt by few. I mean, we are seeing the people who are affected in a negative way, but I can assure you the bigger portion is which has been benefited by the policies and initiatives of government, sir.
Right. And if I may add, sir, I mean, the point is that only that, the idea of these programs was actually to open it up for all. That was the entire idea. I think some of the large players could always do it. I mean, yes, while there will be specific issues which will always be there, but the idea of ULIP was that anyone can access it, and therefore anyone has the visibility, and not just somebody who has a full-fledged system or which is there. So, I mean, that's the idea, and I think that's where they are trying to move. I believe we are out of time now. So, but thank you, thanks a lot to all the panelists, and I think some of us will be still around. So, if you have any questions, please feel free to come one and discuss the same.
Thank you, Dhruv. Thank you, speakers, for a very informative and interesting session. Can we have a group photograph, please? We will immediately begin with our next session on green logistics, best practices for sustainable development. Please allow us few minutes for a quick session changeover. Requesting all of you to kindly be seated. We will immediately begin with our last session on green logistics best practices for sustainable development. I am pleased to invite our distinguished dignitaries for this session to kindly join the dais. Mr. D.K. Ojha, Deputy Director General, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India. Mr. Ramesh Kumar Verma, Deputy Secretary, DPIIT. Dr. Prasad Arvind Chapekar, Deputy Secretary, MNRE, National Hydrogen Mission, Government of India. Mr. Jasjeet Singh Sethi, Chief Strategy Officer, Group TCI. Mr. Vijay Jaiswal, Director, India Smart Freight Center. Captain Prashant S. Vij, Head of ESG and Public Affairs, South Asia, AP Moller Maersk. Ms. Avni Mehta, Advisor, GIZ. Mr. Mihir G. Shah, Partner, Strategy and Transactions, EY. Over to you, Mihir, and I'm sure you will be managing the time well and guiding the conversations towards the session objective.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. So very warm good afternoon. It's actually quite warm. So I can already see a lot of chatter and people still exchanging cards. So may I please request all of you to please take your seats. I think the last session of the day, I think fantastic, sessions, the first one and the second one. And I think very fitting to essentially close the, so to say, the conference at the end on this topic of green logistics that we are going to talk about and, best practices. And I could not be more thrilled to have a panel which is as distinguished and, as grounded as we have over here. So let me just set the context and, then we can dive into the conversation. Is that I think, as a nation which is on a very fast trajectory of growth, the real question for us is to find the right balance between growth and managing emissions related to that growth. And I see that as a challenge, but also as an opportunity that is facing the industry professionals from logistics side, is how do we really improve the economic performance of logistics while maintaining our sustainability obligations and ambitions. That really is the opportunity and the challenge, so to say. And a lot is really being done, and the panel that you have over here is actually doing something credible on the ground as part of that journey of greening logistics. So I think you will hear real insights from what's happening. But if I look at the approach that Government of India has taken is very, very comprehensive. And probably the most important to me, in addition to many initiatives, is including the sustainability part within the financial framework. So you have the sovereign green bonds, you have the green debt, you have the ESG reporting requirements by SEBI. I mean, these are essentially, dollar-related aspects which really make an impact beyond policy intention. So I think a lot of great work, and that kind of sets me into the session that to have. So let me just start off with Dr. Prasad. I think, when I went through the work that he's doing, I could not, resist myself to kind of pick up the phone and speak to him, but we are now interacting. He's in the hot seat of driving the National Hydrogen Mission. So, it's a fantastic place to be. So I think the green hydrogen, Dr. Prasad, is, really likely to play a very important role in heavy haul, essentially trucking and shipping. And obviously the mission obviously has an allocation for transport as a sector. So that really recognizes that transport is an important domain. So could you just share a few initiatives that are being taken under the mission, which are going to help green the logistics space? Over to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mir, for the kind invite and the chance given to me to express what the ministry and the government is doing, because the mission is not an MNRE's mission, it is a whole of government mission as it is approved by the cabinet. So I'll just highlight the work done so far towards use of hydrogen in transport. the use of hydrogen, first consideration always in everyone's mind is the aspect of safety, because it being a very flammable fuel, and the one incident of or any fire or anything can set it back for many years. So MNRA began to work with the industry in this was in May or something of 2022, where we had 3 subgroups to first identify the standards which are required for hydrogen and in production, use, storage, and applications. So that working group had sub working groups for different sectors, and they did quite a lot of work, and we submitted the first recommendations to BIS, ARAI, Ministry of Road Transport, and a large amount of work has been done in this space, and the standards for all types of vehicles, be it trucks, buses, or cars, even 2 and 3 wheelers, will be notified by ARAI, and the bodies concerned by March of this year. Many of them have already been notified, and the few remaining are of the heavy industrial vehicles and 2 and 3 wheelers. Those will also be completed by this March. So the safety aspect, we wanted to put a very strong regulatory framework before we encourage use of hydrogen, because the permissions and approvals for hydrogen are a little different than what are required for normal fuels. Speaking about the mission, we have an allocation of 495 crores towards applications in mobility. As you rightly said, our thrust area will not be 4-wheelers, the small ones. They will be heavy-duty mobility, because that is where there is no competition from electric vehicles as of now. So the first easy target is to have trucks and buses running on green hydrogen, or at least hydrogen for now. Green part, as on when we secure the supply and production picks up, we'll gradually probably go to green as well. So in this respect, I think ARA has already approved 1 model bus. The specs have been approved, and I think 2 more are in trial, which are also expected to get approval shortly, within a few months. They're all developed in India. So the budget of the mission, if you have read the news, Honorable Minister just chaired a meeting a few days back of the transport industry to discuss the course of action to be taken and how we are going to spend these funds. So whatever inputs we receive from the industry and the ministry, of course, Ministry of Road Transport is the ministry who's driving this effort on ground, and that we need to first be sure of what road we are taking, whether to go for buses first or trucks first or both together, and again which type, which model, what capacity, which roads to run, which climate zones are, they give the best results, where to locate the stations for refueling. These are all decisions which are to be taken without. So as of now, we don't have much data on the economics of these vehicles using green hydrogen. We don't want to use hydrogen to begin with, because we want to test the economics of using green hydrogen itself. So the money will be used to a large extent on these trials across various parts of India, various terrains, to understand first of all which vehicles are more suitable for adoption. Secondly, the economics of using green hydrogen, that whether the person who is running the vehicle, he has to secure his own supply on his own, or whether it is cheaper to have it made at one place and transport it to different stations, or each station should have its own facility for generation. So these are questions we don't know the answers to as of now. I think nobody in the world really knows the answers, correct answers as of now. I think it will be different in each part of the world. So this money which we have got, the money we have got for 2 years to spend it. So they will be spent on a large degree of trials and these stations. And as far as possible, try to generate some IP or some skill set in India. Now again, we have a choice whether to go for ICE engines or we go for fuel cells. That is again a choice which again we don't have ready-made data. Should we look at the long term? Should we just skip one step, or should we allow ICE engines or promote them as an intermediate step are all questions where we don't have ready-made answers as of now. So this money will be used to get these answers first, to decide then what course will India put its real big money on. So these 2 years you will see many more trials happening. We are about to notify the scheme for availing these funds. This will be done in consultation with the Ministry of Road Transport. But hopefully, I mean, so I'm not in that specific team, but so I know what's going on, and probably, if possible, we will try to get that scheme going in the next few weeks. So once that scheme is out, then there will be more clarity as to how these funds will be utilized in the coming years. And so India is not currently looking at four-wheelers, or I mean the passenger. Although we found in the world, of all the vehicles which are plying now, 75% are actually passenger cars. So in South Korea or other countries, EU, and who have taken up fuel cell vehicles, you have many more cars than buses or trucks. The reason may be because of the capex requirements, I guess, and India also does not currently have the standard for 700 bar cylinders, which are required for small vehicles, because they need to carry a lot of hydrogen in a very small space. So considering all these factors, our thrust initially will be on the heavy duty mobility part of it, and with time, as the cost of fuel cells go down and the hydrogen supply coming up, we may transition to cars in the future. But as of now, this is the case.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Prasad. I think so. From what you're saying, you're really adopting a very structured, well thought through, and you're recognizing that we're all learning in that process. I think that recognition of that is very, very important, and I think it's fantastic. So look forward to that scheme coming through, and I think that will drive a lot of innovation. Because I think that really will kind of create a pool of money that people can really use it to drive the hydrogen story in the country. Excellent. Thank you very much. Let me move to Mr. Sethi, to you. And, we were having this conversation, Mr. Sethi and I, as a preparation to this panel, and we kind of started talking, and this whole aspect of measuring sustainability and having the right data to essentially see as to whether we are pointing in the right direction, whether we are essentially moving forward or not. That was something that we really hit a chord on, saying, yeah, this is actually something that is worth having conversation about. So, Mr. Sethi, why don't you kind of share your thoughts on this entire matrix that we should use? And as you said, right, we are not trying to solve the wrong thing, but we're trying to solve the right thing.
Thanks, Peer. Thank you. And good to be here to everybody in the room. I think we talk about sustainability. One part which comes to us is the cost, and metrics and measurements are two parts. Metric is where you are going, and measurement how far you have gone. If we look back to logistics, typically there's been some numbers around logistics that is about 13-14% of the GDP and blah 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 for donkey's years. I personally have in many forums mentioned that is completely humbug, and happy to note that that misinformation has been laid to rest a few months ago by DPIIT itself. So what actually that tells us? You see, we were talking about cost logistics being high, and what are the components? Transport is 50%. In transport till 5 years ago, we were using very old vintage trucks. When you get modern trucks, cost will go up. We are a country where we have got a full load of 10 feet to 50 feet, and we tend to overload. We are known for overloading. If you compare with the US, they only have one size of truck, people who have been around 53 feet. And they usually have a cube loss in that. So actually India's transport cost was the lowest. Then what do we pay the driver? Not much. So with all these parameters being very low, how come the cost is high? So that was one fundamental which will be laid to rest, and there's some people in this room who have been part of it. So that's great that that part is done. But now, why is it important for us to look at it in a overall scenario? I think one is also the denominator. When we say cost of GDP, what does the GDP consist of? In our case, 53% is services. Services do not use logistics, but we're dividing by that. In US, it is 80.2% services, which don't use logistics. So the measurement of metric is also required to be correct.
So when we say we are going to reduce the GDP cost of logistics, what are we measuring against? That's something which we need to think about, and this is already there in every economic survey in every year before the budget. Just looking at it at a bit further, what is a metric we should probably be targeting at? Look at cost of logistics, how will it come down? What are the major components? Fuel is a major component. Does fuel have GST on fuel? No. Because the states have clubbed along with alcohol and cigarettes. They're all sin goods. So unless that comes down, the cost will not come down. In the scheme of Gati Shakti, we want to spend 1 lakh crores for infra. That's great. Who's going to pay for it? Has anybody traveled on the Jaipur highway, the one which is going to Bombay? What's the toll tax on that highway? One way for a car? 675. 675. Okay. So last I went was 675, and somebody saying 800 also. So it's about 3 rupees a kilometer on that highway for a car. For a truck, it's rupees 2000. How will the cost come down? So alternatively, when we are going to be putting infra and tolling the logistics, that's not helping logistics at all. Fuel cost not being there, so those are parameters we need to think about. That is one. So what we should be looking at in terms of measurement for that part, let's just close that in less than a minute. There's something called the LPI, which is called Logistics Performance Index. It's been published since 2007 by the World Bank. It's a measurement of India versus the world. We were number 39 in 2007, we went up to 55, we are back to 38 now. In that, almost all the parameters are okay. The only parameter which we are not good at is actually EXIM in terms of customs. So other part is the infra, and the part is, I think, little bit of regulations. We have got very good regulations in terms of the e-way bill and stuff, which is helping a lot of the sustainability and green logistics. I'll park that point here. So the right metric is important. Now when we talk about green for us, does green mean electric cars? Do we know what's going to happen to the battery after 8 years? Have we seen that life cycle? We talk about pollution. There are 3 components to it. One is the air, one is the soil, third is the water. We know what's happened to the oceans, enough spoken about. We don't speak about the soil. Where is the battery going to? अभी हम एक प्लास्टिक का बैग डिस्पोज नहीं कर पाते. So are we leaving out a problem for tomorrow? What is the life cycle cost of electric going to be? Is it going to be lesser than what it is now? Yes, we are going to produce in thermal plants or whatever which are not polluting and use it in the cities which have high pollution. But what happens after 6-8 years? Some cells will be recycled, others will not. So when we talk about green is not today, green is later on as well. Now, other part of green is red, so let's talk a little bit of anti-red. If you look at as a country, I don't think we are ever going to beat China in electric. Even Elon Musk said a few days ago that if China's tariff barriers are removed, they're going to roger everybody electric because they're so high in tech. What chance we have is probably in ICE engines with hydrogen. We have got that as an opportunity for India to make in India and to the world. So if our trajectory is going to be towards electric and we're going to give FAME 1, FAME 2 and FAME 3 on that, is that the right direction for green? Probably the hybrids, and right now it can be the plug-in hybrid and others as well, is a better direction because that can also lead to lower pollution in terms of automobiles. Somebody on this panel will also tell me about one more metric. Whenever there is Delhi pollution, we ban diesel cars also. The pollutant level for diesel cars is almost similar as petrol and very different from the diesel trucks. That's why you've got scams and people increase the weight of the vehicle to reduce the emission norms for them. But we ban that as well. Now, when we ban those vehicles as well, we're going to have a replacement cost for that. Who's going to pay for it? So I think looking at the metric deeply and looking at it from a sustainable point of view is probably more important, and look at holistically over a life cycle. The actions we do today, we might feel that we are leaving the planet better for our children, but we might leave them with problems of the soil, which are very difficult to solve going forward. Thank you.
I think very honest point of view, and I think the key message that I took out from is essentially green should be green for the future and not only for the present. And how do we ensure that we are future ready and future secure in whatever strategy that we adopt today. So thank you very much, Mr. Sethi, for that very, very useful conversation. Now let me go to Mr. Ojha. Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas is, I think, as we discussed, I was amazed at the amount of work that the ministry is doing, both using Gati Shakti and otherwise also on the green agenda. And I think one thing that really caught my attention was the Satat program. So I think first is I would request you to share. I think that's something that is unique as to what you're doing in that. And some of the other green initiatives that you're taking. Actually, I saw today that, MOU being signed with Concor. So why don't you just talk about that? That'll be useful.
Thank you, Meher. And really, as Sethi Sahab has told, what the ministry is proposing, actually we are really working for the green and not for the per se for the green, but actually MOPNG is taking initiatives towards making alternative and sustainable fuels. So the scheme which Meher has just talked about is just SATAT, is an acronym called Sustainable Alternative Towards Affordable Transportation. So under this scheme, our intention is to provide CBG, compressed biogas CBG, as an alternative fuel for this PNG, CNG, and then hybrid vehicles. So this and in a larger goal is to decarbonize this transporting sector at all by producing CBGs, and CBGs can take this problem of stubble burning and all those which we are currently facing with in the nearby Punjab and Haryana. So under the Satat scheme, we have targeted to around 5,000 plants we are targeting, and maximum LOIs have been issued, and 50 plants as on date are still working and producing around 300 metric ton of gases, CBG gases. So this CBG, one way they are reducing our import bills by around 40%, and another way in the second round they are providing us enough impetus for the energy security as well. And then majority of the CBG plants, they are taking this organic waste, agriculture residues, our municipal solid waste, then sugarcane hard pressed mud, and then your STP waste. So means cleaning the environment currently as on. So for promoting these CBGs and making this environment green, currently this CBG is available at 130 retail outlets, and last year the CBG we procured around 11,000 tons of CBG, and this year we have taken more than that, means 11,500 metric ton we have currently we have procured. And our target is we have done for 28-29, because it still is in the nascent stage, the CBGs, all those. So target is to mandate 5% blending in our natural gas by 28-29, and starting with 26-27, 1%, 3%, and then we'll move to 5%. So this is the major initiatives we are taking. As Prasad has told, that green hydrogen, we are also working. Our refineries have also started this a demo plant for the green hydrogen. We are having one developed by GAIL in Vijaypur and another developed by IOC in our Panipat refinery. So we are also doing this green hydrogen. We have also taken some steps for refinery processes, where the hydrogen used in our refinery processes, we are trying to get through the green hydrogen. So means various steps we are taking from MOPNG on this green logistics. Currently our petrol and oil, all these products, around 70% and even more than that is moving through pipelines, which is the most safer and economically efficient way of transporting. And also all gases, as you all know, there's 100% transportation through pipeline. Another program or another scheme of Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas is towards green logistics is maybe ethanol blending program. As we all know that our target is to mix 20% by 2025. Currently we are 12% ethanol is being blended in our petrol, and it is available to all of us. Currently, with this 12% of ethanol blending in the this year, we have saved around 24,000 or say 25,000 crores of rupees in the terms of forex import, forex savings. And if you talk about E20, which we have reached well behind our target on 2025. So currently E20 fuel is available in more than 9,000 retail outlets. So, and then like EV, electric vehicle charging stations, we have created more than 11,000 retail outlets. Then CBG is also available in more than 120 retail outlets. So this we all are doing in gas. Other than that, we have various other initiatives like National Gas Grid we are promoting, because we all know that our Honorable Prime Minister has given this task to increase this uses of natural gas from 6% to 15% by 2030. So in that direction, MOPNG is working on a national gas grid. It's a 33,000 kilometer pipelines, of which around 25,000 plus we have already implemented and commissioned. Rest 500 by this year will also be adding. And then let me take one moment to highlight this PM Gati Shakti initiatives and the efforts the MOPNG has taken to make our business easy. So as we all know that under this PM Gati Shakti, all the authenticated and the verified data by the various stakeholders, maybe states or the other public or private enterprises, they are available on our dashboard or on our NMP National Master Plan. So we MOPNG, we are using this data tremendously, and when ourselves within the MOPNG, we have developed various digital initiatives. One of them is, we call them electronic data digital route survey. Currently, for laying any pipeline, currently MOPNG is having a network of around more than 1 lakh kilometers of pipeline. So for laying those pipeline, we need a very extensive survey, around 50 various reports on various counts like population density, soil conservation, soil structure, soil type, variety, crop cultivation, flood area, weather reports, climatic conditions. So all those things are required for designing our pipeline survey. So since most of the data is now available on PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, so we have for the MOPNG, we have developed one digital initiatives, and through which we are taking this soft pipeline alignment within say 1 or 2 hours, and this digital initiative is saving around 25,000 rupees per kilometer. So this is the major work we have done with the help of data available on National Master Plan. Another, we have taken this help of National Master Plan in aligning our, realigning our already decided pipelines, especially in the northeastern region, considering their ecological balances in the northeast is far have a wider impact. So there we have designed or realigned based on the latest data on the National Master Plan by the whatever we are having the physical verification and the physical survey done on ground, and we could save around 170 crore rupees on laying of the pipeline and working on it. So ministry is working on that green logistics mostly through Satat PM. We are also having another scheme called PM G1, where we are providing funds. We are providing funds supporting say viability gap funding or to the entrepreneurs for bringing either 2G ethanol plants. Or so that's from my side. Mayor, over to you.
Thank you very much. So quite interesting that the feedstock for CBG essentially will create a circular economy principle.
Yes,
so I think
yes,
that's really truly in terms of kind of giving it back and using it for the best greening sources. So thank you very much. Prashant, let me come to you. Musk has set a very ambitious target of going net zero by 2040. I think taking the first delivery, the first carbon neutral liner running on green methanol, and then also strengthening your distribution network with hundreds of EVs in the country. I think really path-breaking and leadership role that Musk is playing. So what are the solutions and what are your plans in terms of greening and driving this agenda? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mihir. I think we've had some of our panelists touch upon some very pertinent issues, whether it was Prasad talking about the great work on the hydrogen mission, to Mr. Sethi talking about also the role of ESG in the context of measurement and metrics, and then also Mr. Oja talking more about the PNG initiatives, especially biogas. I think I will probably give you a context more from a user perspective, right? Maersk, as most of you all in the room will know, we are a integrated logistics company. We've actually moved away from being a core shipping company. We, of course, continue to have ships. We have 700 ships, 300 of which we own, and the others that we operate and manage, but into actually offering integrated solutions. And we've done that, which also is very much in sync with the PM Gati Shakti strategy. And I think it's something which is camouflaging, our strategy camouflages that of the PM Gati Shakti, right? We are working to connect and simplify our customers' supply chains, right? And our vision is much larger. So it's really about improving life for all by integrating the world. And when we say that, we've been in India for 100 years, from having the first vessel that called India an Indian port in 1921, to actually for the last 40 years being incorporated in the nation, right? We have 1 in 5 employees globally setting out of India, just to also indicate how strong our impact will then be. 1 in 5 EXIM containers today move on a Maersk owned operated fleet. We are servicing 75% of the country's PIN codes. We are managing more than 1 million cubic meters of volumes, right? It's just to give you all a perspective of 65 plus ICDs, rail network, cutting across the modes of transport and logistics. And with this as the background and the context, right, with 2 terminals that we operate and so on, it's just to also let you all know that there is an integrated solution that we are working towards for greening logistics for our customers. Climate crisis is real. And this is where, as you said, Mihir, it's about demonstrating leadership. It's where the big boys need to stand up. Businesses will be there, and shareholders will always look at something, but we need to rise above some of these things, right? And that's where we need to have a clear vision, and at the same time, focus on what do we want to achieve here. With our 2040 net zero target, which we actually preponed a couple of years back, we actually had a 2050 target. And as Prasad said here, there are a lot of questions which nobody in the room, for that matter, and beyond in the world have answers to. But let's first accept that we don't have answers to these questions, right? That, I think, is a great starting point about raising self-awareness. We then are looking at technology to play. So we have 3,000 technologists sitting out of Bangalore, providing integrated solution services, improving the entire ecosystem, right? And the importance of that. We now have a 2040 net zero target. And when we say that, we also have to be conscious that the world is moving in that direction. 2/3 of our top 200 customers have net zero targets as well. So it's, who do we provide solutions to eventually? Our customers. Unless they buy into the solution that we are offering, it's not going to be making sense, right? Our principle is very simple. It's about new technology, embrace them, new vessels, new innovations, embrace them, and then green fuels and solutions, embrace them, right? We started out with, for example, as Mihir said, we have the first ever vessel in the water, which is a green methanol vessel that runs on green methanol. What all did we do? We actually managed to collaborate across the ecosystem, and that, I think, is going to be key for us. We collaborated with engine suppliers. There was not a methanol engine. We actually managed to have that. We built a vessel. We've sourced green methanol, and I'll speak more about that. And then we have managed to actually put vessels, and now we have more vessels. And there can only be leadership in the true sense of the term when you have followers, right? So today, from Maersk putting the first vessel out, we have 120 ships on order. 25 of them are with Maersk, but the industry is embracing this green fuel, right? And that's important for us. When we take that one step forward, we probably need to also understand that while we have the demand with the green methanol vessels in the water, there has to be the supply of green fuels. And that, for us, we thought we had demystified the chicken and egg, but it actually has not been the case. So while we've got green fuel vessels coming out at a certain pace, green methanol is not available at the same pace. Now, when we look at India, it's by far one of the most promising nations. We have a very strong, and I have a colleague here, a very strong push from the top leadership demonstrated again with India on the hydrogen mission. We have a huge focus on RE with solar, of course, and also wind and other areas. And then we are an agri country. So there is enough in terms of biogenic carbon that we need to, and those are the ingredients for preparing green methanol. So can we do that? We believe we can, and if there's anybody in the room who is looking into hydrogen and derivatives and is looking at, then you can count on me and have a conversation, because here is a potential off-taker of your product on green methanol, right? But then let's move further from there. On the supply side, we've also realized that if it doesn't move as fast, then we are also somebody who wants to dive into the supply side. We are not a company that is into green methanol production, but we've actually gone out and tried to bring the right people and actually put out and constructed a new company that has been in Q4 last year, which is actually going to produce green methanol globally. So again, in that context, we want to have a skin in the game in the real sense of the term, right? When we look at collaboration, we of course go far and beyond within India, but also as Denmark and a company there's a very strong Indo-Danish tie and the bilateral green strategic partnership, where we've actually recently launched the Green Fuels Alliance. It's again something about bringing ecosystem stakeholders on board. First of all, outlining the questions that we don't have answers to, and then going one step deeper. While I'll talk about those things from a ocean and an example perspective, there are challenges also on the land side transportation, right? There again, we've basically been running with the ball in terms of EVs, and again, Mr. Sethi made a I think a very important point about who has actually looked at it from a life cycle perspective, right? And while we are a consumer, we would expect that is something which is looked into, right? So it really needs to be thought through very, very deeply. The challenge around this that we see is the integrated solution, right? We are on EVs for our customers, we're actually trying to provide one-stop shop solutions, right? From charging to drivers to 24/7, bringing in the IoT support and so on. On the rail as well, I think of course we all in the room will agree that we want to move away as far away from the roads and move as much towards rail. In that context, our terminal in Pipavav has been the first that has actually been connected to the dedicated freight corridor. So those are just examples about really collaborating also with the government and the initiatives, because eventually we are the ones who are going to offtake some of these solutions, and then the dialogue around it is going to be key for us. On the terminals, we are also focusing, and the two terminals that we operate, one in Pipavav and the other in Nhava Sheva, we are really focusing on the principles of reduce, electrify, and green electricity. We are having virtual at this point, but also open to power purchase agreements, and then take that forward into really, as an example, we've reduced 80% of our emissions in the last couple of years simply out of power purchase agreements. So it's really also on the air side. We've signed up on the alliances across the globe, and then also looking at potential opportunities. But maybe I should just pause here and then take it forward.
Thank you. That was a very interesting point of view. But what I took is tech really being the driver, collaboration. Leadership is when you have followers. Fantastic. I've taken note of that. And I think integrated solutions. And I think the last, which is very encouraging, is India could be a hub for green methanol. I think very powerful statements you made. So thank you very much for that. Let me go to Mr. Verma. Green obviously has been a key priority in our national logistics policy. And thanks to that, a lot of states have now notified their logistics policy, and they are doing their bit in terms of encouraging green logistics. So could you share some thoughts in terms of what initiatives and policy measures states are taking, because they are equal stakeholders in this ecosystem?
Right. Thank you, Mihir. Before coming to the incentives, as you asked, so first I will say that I think incentives should be seen in two ways. Incentives to the industry government gives, and industry to the society. An incentive to the society has not been talked as of now, I think. Talking about PM Gati Shakti before on incentives, I think so. I can proudly say that PM Gati Shakti is a program which gives incentives to the society. How it is being done, how we are trying to do it. I will call PM Gati Shakti as a green Shakti. How PM Gati Shakti is acting like a green Shakti. I will draw your attention on the presentation given by Special Secretary Ma'am, first half. So ma'am showed one video, one presentation, and in that presentation, there was a specific example of Jogi Gufa. So how, if you could remember or recall correctly, Jogi Gufa, we planned on PM Gati Shakti, and before planning on PM Gati Shakti, there was a route aligned along with the river bed. It was around 90-kilometer route. After planning on PM Gati Shakti, it reduced, I think, around 5 kilometers. Just imagine what PM Gati Shakti is giving incentive to the society. This is very important. Similarly, if I can talk about other examples, I am in DPIIT, I am in PM Gati Shakti team. So whenever we evaluate a project, after evaluating or during the evaluation, we see that whether forest area has been saved or saved, then how much forest area. As Oja sir rightly pointed out that on PM Gati Shakti, using that PM Gati Shakti, per kilometer 25,000 rupees, that is the cost saving. It might look small, but just see the impact that you are saving land. How much land is being saved? You are saving your forest cover area, your forest area. And that saving of forest area is the biggest green incentives given to the society by PM. This is my first take. Now coming on to the National Logistic Policy, it was launched by Honorable Prime Minister. And under that NLP, there is a program called CLAP, Comprehensive Logistic Action Plan. Under that CLAP, states are encouraged to prepare their own logistic policy. So as of now, I can recall 14 states have prepared their logistic plan, available on public domain. UP, Haryana, Manipur, Mizoram, all these states are doing very good. First objective of this state logistic policy is convergence between logistic and industrial policy. First thing, they are doing it. Then give some insight or give some impact on green logistic, also sustainable development in the state, because we are talking about the state policy. Then going into the arena of this incentives to the industry. Before coming to DPIIT, I was working in DGFT. The exporter who are here, they are aware by the DGFT, name of DGFT. We started few schemes like MEIS, SCIS, FPS, FMS. They all were challenged in WTO. Schemes, incentive schemes are being challenged. That can be done again and again. States are given some sort of incentives to the green initiatives, green logistic initiatives. What we can do, I can demand from the industry also, can we come up with the policy? It is not challengeable in the WTO norms, number one. If I talk about the policies or incentives given by the states, there are two types of incentives. One is procedure incentives, and second is monetary. Few monetary incentives are also being given. A few regulatory incentives are also being given. So, if I can recall correctly, there is a scheme called GRIHA, G-R-I-H-A, GRIHA. So, in GRIHA, I think SBI is giving a loan where processing fee is waived off if that GRIHA has been obtained, number one. Noida Authority has given some incentives on that. FAR ratio has been increased. Then Maharashtra, there is a Pimpri Municipal Corporation. What they have done, they are also giving some incentives if you are going to obtain that Graha certification. So these type of incentives are being given by different states, given to by the municipal corporations. Then, if I can say that for regulatory affairs and for other things, treatment plants, EVs, solar panels, solar vehicle, EV vehicles, charging points. North is creating charging points alongside the highways. All these type of things are being done, and incentives are being given by the states and in logistic policy also, by the center also. We are trying to get it done. I think this is my take.
Thank you very much, Mr. Verma. I think probably you made the defining statement with PM Gati Shakti is Green Shakti. It's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And I think you're right, nobody spoke about social incentive. And thank you very much for bringing that part of the equation to the table. So thank you very much again. Let me go to Avni. Avni, GIZ has been a committed partner to DPIIT on this agenda. So what all you have achieved as GIZ and what are the future plans?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having us. So, GIZ has been supporting the logistics division DPIIT under the climate friendly freight transport in India project, the Green Trade project, which is funded by the German government under the ICI initiative. When we started out, the question that we wanted to work with was, we had at that time the NDC commitment of 30% by 2030. And we knew that from the transport side, especially from the freight and the logistics side, the fleet size is very small. So if you look at trucks, we're only they're about 3% of the total fleet. But the CO2 emission contribution was almost 30%. And even the fuel consumption that is used by these trucks is almost 7 to 80% of the diesel consumption by the entire country. So this was a segment that we've realized that was ignored. And not much effort at that time was being undertaken. And this is back in 2016, I will not say recently, when the project started out. Not much effort was being undertaken to reduce the emissions from this particular sector. And at that time, when we were looking at the information and the data, we had some ideas, but there were a lot of information gap. So what we did as part of the project was to kind of understand where we currently lie, India, in terms of its fuel efficiency and productivity. So we developed these city logistics plans, and as part of these plans, we did the supply chain analysis of not just the commodities moving within the city, but also how they are coming from their origin point, maybe in Jammu and Kashmir or Chennai. So we undertook this mapping, and we found out at this point of time now that currently how we are. So when we talk about, let's say, fuel efficiency, the Indian trucks are not as efficient as compared to the peer geographies. And what I want to try to say here is that we are currently using at this point in time about 55 liters for a 100-kilometer distance, whereas in a China or a Brazil it might just be 40 liters. So we can work on these efficiency improvements. Our productivity, the number of kilometers that we're running daily is also not very high. We're only running about 300 kilometers a day, whereas again, in these other geographies, it's as high as 500 to 800 kilometers a day. So we can also work on, running our trucks more. They don't need to be standing idle anymore. And the third thing that we noticed was, I think that's a very common thing that we do see these pictures of very overloaded trucks in India, but at least what we realized from our data was that about 70% was what we found in terms of load factors were there. A lot of it, I have to say, was in the last mile areas. I'm not saying when you're running 500 kilometers a day, maybe that will be overloaded. But the moment you start to come into the urban areas, your load factors start to go down considerably. And that starts to add to the cost. It starts to add to the number of vehicles that are running on our roads. It starts to add to the fuel that are we consumed. And that's why I think we have those numbers of why the last mile cost is so high in India, right? And it's almost 50%. So we have data. I don't want to go into those numbers because they get questioned a lot. But the absolute last mile, that's, that 5 kilometer distance that you have, it's the highest that we have observed that would be for any company going forward. So we used all of this data, and when we prepared the city logistics plans, we have suggested recommendations. We did this for 2 cities, for Delhi and Bangalore, and we hope that these recommendations get implemented again. The second thing that we have been working on as part of the project was to try and a lot of the work lies with the private sector in this case, and I think my colleagues on the panel, they're already doing really great work. But there are a lot of small companies out there that don't have the bandwidth or the financial means to measure their emissions from the sector. So we've been working with IIM Bangalore on this. We've been working with IIM Bangalore on this, and we developed a tool called the Transport Emission Measurement Tool. So what it does is that it will allow you to capture the data of where all your goods have been moving, what city, where, the trucks that you've been using, and you can sort of create your quarter reports or annual reports with it, and what is the CO2 emission that you've had till now. So at least now I can have a baseline ready that, okay, quarterly or annually, this is what my CO2 emissions are like. And then I can start to work towards, putting measures that are going to reduce these emissions. So there are a lot of measures that we have, for example, truck driver trainings, or changing the aerodynamics of the fleet, or changing the tires or something. They all start to add on to the the fuel consumed by the truck. And then you can start to measure that how is it really affecting my bottom line? Where are those gains that I'm trying to get? And the third thing that we are also working on right now is, I think we've heard and we know that there's a lot of work already being happening by various ministries with respect to logistics. So we're trying to document all of that. We're trying to see what is it that when you look at the green buildings, what are these codes that exist in terms of the alternate fuels that are there, or going towards hydrogen electrification, or within MORTH itself in terms of the efficiency standards for HDV. So we're trying to document all of this, do like a stock taking, understand what all work the private sector has undertaken already, for example, Maersk or TCI, and prepare a roadmap that will help us understand where the future action needs to now be taken. So thank you. With this, I'll close my statement.
Perfect. Thanks, Avni. I think I've been I would say privy to the city logistics plans that GIZ has prepared, and the data that comes out of that exercise, I'm pretty sure none of you would expect what's coming out, and it's so detailed, so insightful. And the fact that the next I would say the next paradigm challenge that we're going to have, or we're already having, is urban freight, and how sustainability is linked to that, because that's where the urban impact, and as we urbanize more, that's only going to escalate. So thanks again, Avni, and thanks to GIZ for doing what they're doing. So coming to my last panel member, Vijay, you have that amazing task of putting this all into some sort of strategic context. But as we discussed, right, we've had great amount of success on personal mobility in terms of greening, and obviously everybody talked about what initiatives are being done by the ministry, etc., etc. What do you think? What are the pathways of within the current context, and what should be the industry and the government's role going forward? To you.
Thanks, Mihir. So before I go on with my viewpoint on this topic, I think I'll just take a minute to introduce myself. Myself, Vijay Jaiswal, and I represent a European non-profit called Smart Freight Center, and we provide support to the industry on emissions accounting as well as e-truck adoption. Maersk is one of our global partners on this topic, and whatever I'm going to talk about is probably already being said by various panelists. So I don't think I have much left to add, but we'll try to probably consolidate everything into one simplified, viewpoint.
Yeah. So one is that we are good that we are having this discussion today on green freight, which is a very important topic for two reasons, which Avni very well summarized in terms of what kind of CO2 emissions we see happening from the road freight movement, and also the kind of energy demand that the sector puts forward. Almost 70% of diesel is getting consumed by this sector. So when we talk about environmental impact or when we talk about energy self-reliance, freight sector greening is very, very important, and we need to deal with this on a very immediate basis. Now, can we do that? Of course we can, because you also just mentioned that we have made great progress on personal mobility and public mobility in the urban freight, or sorry, the urban space. So it becomes a very obvious thing to do, to move to the next frontier, which would be the freight sector, which has not been covered very well in the recent, transformation that we see in terms of e-mobility in India, from the policy standpoint and also on other accounts. So this becomes a very obvious thing to do, and we realize that there is a huge amount of potential, first of all, given where we are right now in terms of technology maturity, ecosystem readiness, and say demand side interest. So for any new technology to get adopted in the market, what you need basically is the demand side interest and also the supply side readiness. A hint of the demand side interest was already given by Bursk, and to make it more broader, I would refer to the Niti Aayog's initiative called eFast, which is a platform which brings together the key stakeholders of Indian freight sector to come together, set an ambition for e-truck adoption, and move forward in a collaborative manner. And this particular platform could successfully create the first demand signal of almost 7,750 trucks to be deployed in the next 7 years, and this was announced at SEM Goa. So the demand side interest is very much there, which was quantified with these number of trucks. What about the supply side? I think they're also very, very bullish, because we have been talking very closely with the OEMs, and I would say that in this very year 2024, we'll have a good number of products getting launched by the likes of Tata, we commercial vehicles, and Ashok Leyland. So the supply side, that is at least on the technology side, is very much there. And then what is missing basically? What is missing is basically the challenges that we need to address given the fragmented nature of our Indian freight sector. So while we have the likes of Maersk and VRL and Safe Express and everybody, we should also recognize that 70% of the sector is still those small carriers having less than 5 trucks. They neither have the financial resources and are also under constant pressure to sustain their operations and to manage their business and grow somehow. So one of the key challenges that we have identified in this whole exercise, discussing to a lot of our stakeholders, is financing for these new electric trucks is an important barrier that we need to address. And there, it's not just financing, but also looking at the ownership patterns in the industry. Who owns the trucks? Is it the carrier, or is it the LSP, or is there a possible way of the shipper or the freight buyer owning these trucks? This all has to be, kind of dealt with as a puzzle, find the gaps and the opportunities, and come out with some innovative ownership as well as financing. So I don't say financing alone, but I also say ownership and financing models that would work very well if we want to break this whole financing barrier. With all this probably addressed, because the demand side interest is there, the supply side readiness from technology side is there, and if you're able to crack this code, I am very, very sure that we'll make some good progress, and we are getting great support from the industry on this topic and also from the policy. So, and the reason why we need to move forward and do these deployments also because some of the learnings, because we keep on making assumptions that what is wrong, what is missing, but unless you do some actual deployment on the road, you'll not get a true sense of what the real problems are. So this moving forward and doing these deployments is important for us to get a real sense of what the problems are, which will be either addressed by the industry or the freight buyers or the policy or by the ecosystem. And given Niti Aayog's involvement in eFast, and also with my recent few discussions that I had with DPIIT and DHI, I'm sure that they're also keen to know what comes out of these exercises and what kind of support they need to lend. And I'm pretty confident that they will be more than happy to lend this support, and we will make good progress. And this progress is something we will only call real when we are able to kind of, to make this idea viable and feasible for not just the big players but also for the small scale operators, and that's what we are working in the direction of.
Thanks, Vijay. I think you really kind of closed it at the right aspect, that the industry is fragmented, and unless we solve for them, we're not going to solve for the sector. So I think that's very, and I think that really is the equation that is also being solved on personal mobility and also on public mobility, is financing, because again the same issues stand there as well. Is how
we
do we
also
create
have a lot of learnings from the e-bus success in India
Correct.
too, that we can as
Absolutely.
an imitate and in the e-truck adoption. Of course, there are differences in the way that the electric buses operate and the e-trucks operate, but I think that's a matter of detail.
Correct.
The technology, the performance part of technology is somehow proven by the buses. There are some financial models to build upon. We just need to test them out in the real freight use cases, and then we will have more learnings and we'll make good progress, is what I believe.
Perfect. So I think, for me, this conversation really kind of summarizes in very simple terms that the fact that we are seeing all arms of the industry and the government working on a defined agenda from all perspectives. And I think that's fantastic. Because once you have interest from the government, from the policy, from the private sector, you will find results. And I think we are taking a very pragmatic view that we don't know what we don't know. And that's a very good place to start, as somebody said. So I think fantastic. Thank you very much.
If I may,
Yeah.
because while there is e-fast, there is also this Gati Shakti where Mr. Verma talked about the EV charging infrastructure integration. So all those things happening at the same time.
Correct.
Is something that is going to help this cause a lot.
Yeah. And I think the cherry on the cake is PM Gati Shakti.
Yeah, of course.
And Green Gati Shakti, I think, as you said. So let me open it up for max 2 questions. So, gentlemen over there, please.
It's a question for Dr. Prasad regarding use of hydrogen as a fuel in the transport sector. Wanted an update from you. Last year, in fact, even earlier, Toyota had developed cars which uses fuel cells. A small number was working in India, including one being used by Mr. Nitin Gadkari. And then Ashok Leyland had converted some trucks where hydrogen is being burnt as a fuel. So IC engines using this. So both these initiatives were taken more than a year ago, or maybe even longer. Could you give us an update as to how they are performing? Are these a grand success or not so much successful or whatever?
So as I told you that one fuel cell bus by Tata has been approved by ARA after all trials. So anyone can take their specifications, make the model and can run. It's allowed to run in India.
Working?
The model is approved.
No, that is too initial. I was talking about these two projects.
No, it's not too initial.
Which have been on the road for more than a year. Yeah.
It's not too initial. It's the last stage that to take up, you need to take approved vehicles because they will not be allowed to run on roads unless they're approved by ARAI. So that is pretty much the last step before we take up. Other trucks, as you mentioned, which are there, they have still not got the specs approval. They're under trials with ARAI. We'll approve them shortly, I guess. So once we have the approved models with approved specifications, which are allowed to run on Indian roads, then we can think of taking up trials in a correct manner. Otherwise, time will be spent in taking up trials as well. So, although we do not keep track of individual companies because that's their IP data, so it's not like they share very, very readily with us, and we don't ask also unless there is something real requirement. We did have a meeting, as I told you, the minister chaired the meeting few days back, where they assured us that their vehicles will be ready shortly with all legal approvals. So I presume that they're very close to where they wanted to go. Now the demand has to be also created, which is part of where the money will go from the mission, partly.
Toyota cars running on fuel
As
cells?
I said, we are not focusing on cars right now in the mission. We are not saying no to cars because, that's up to the private sector to take up. But our focus is considering the cost part of it. We don't think cars, currently they are EVs, especially as EV ranges grow to 300-500 kilometers. Hydrogen cars set up from scratch will take a little longer. In the long run, they may catch up, but As of now, there is a decisive advantage in trucks and buses, which is not present in smaller cars.
Sir, my question is to Mr. Verma, Deputy Secretary. From October 2025, I think you may be aware, the European Union, they have decided not to import anything from India, whether it is large or MSME sector, commodity, product, anything which are not green, are not following green technology, including green logistic. So what measure the government of India, because the export is a subject of government of India, so that we don't lose our export and get foreign exchange, which is very essential. There is a 2 year, 3 years, unless you take step, we will suffer. Please your comment.
Correctly, Sharma ji, if I remember correctly your name. So the question you asked comes under domain of Ministry of Commerce, and all the negotiations are going on with EU also. One dedicated JS is there. He is negotiating on behalf of Indian government about the measures or being restriction as you are talking about. So things are going on. I don't think so there is a hurry or need to worry about right now. But as I can say that this information and domain area comes under Ministry of Commerce, not under DPIIT. So I can assure you that Ministry of Commerce is doing it better. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers, for a very informative session. The ideas and deliberations arising out of this summit would go a long way in addressing the challenges and reflecting on the way forward. With these words, I would like to ask all the panelists to kindly arrange for a group photograph. I would like to make a quick announcement. We are coming up with 2 conferences in the month of March. 17th edition of Annual Real Estate Summit on 5th March, Green Shipping and Ports Conclave on 7th March. You will get all the registration details on FICCI website.
So we also have a high tea waiting for you outside after the session ends.
Thank you once again for joining us today.